has handed over the black people's votes to the Democrats for the next 100 years because of the mistake he made in New York City when he made that deal in that hotel, put them in the position that they're in to this day, where they lost economic empowerment. So I'll give you, anyone in this room, 4 simple things you can do in your life to start to have independence of mind. One thing, everything you've been taught, you've been lied to, you've been programmed. Every television station you watch, every programming that comes in front of you.
Who the fuck are you, Morpheus?
No, it's programming, man. And I'm saying to you that unless and until you start to think for yourself and look through what they're telling you, listen to me. You have to look through what you're seeing and what they're telling you. Because what they're giving you is, if you cannot look for news outside the country about the war in Ukraine, and I started to look for news outside the country about the war in Ukraine, I would have never known what I just told you. Because I look for news on, if they say don't listen to Russia, you may want to fucking go listen to Russia.
It's the Democrats that you need to be looking at.
No. They're both the same party. It's the same system. Same bird going in the same direction.
Really?
You believe again? Yes, it is, bro. One left wing is the left wing, like they say, the left physical wing is a Democrat, the right wing is a Republican. The same bird got to keep flying. And the objective is capitalism and conquest. So while we're thinking we're choosing Democrats or Republicans, we're not really free because we think we're choosing. And when you realize you're not really choosing, you then decide, how do I as an individual free myself from this shit show?
How do I free myself from you?
Well, you know what? I don't know if it's a rhetorical question. Somebody asked me, how do you do that? I'm about to ask them out. You have to have economic empowerment of empowering yourself first. Understanding that you, as an individual, should be very aware that whatever people are telling you, even if you try to verify, is just, there's truth in everything. But how it affects your individual life. I'm not telling you how to vote, and I'm not telling you how to think. Economic empowerment comes from going to school to learn for yourself. I went to college and I got curriculum and I graduated and I didn't know shit. A guy with a high school diploma said, man, how the fuck you go to school, graduate, and you don't know shit? I went back to college and I decided to pick classes that I was interested in. 30 years later, those same classes showed up in my life because I had discernment of saying, I need to solve these issues in my life. So even though I'm taking whatever the hell course I'm taking, while you're in those environments, you're in an institution of learning, go and take subject matters that impact your life.
You mean you read books? Oh my God, I've read books too. But that doesn't make me a genius.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you. Discernment is, you go to school and most people stick to the curriculum and they leave because you're being trained for a job. But when you go to school and you look to solve your personal problems, you're in there for, your mindset is different. Because you're now going into that business program to be a musician, and even though you're in general business, you're focusing and specializing in everything that affects your music career or engineering or medical. I'm simply saying, when you're in the institution of learning, be selective and intentional with what you put in your mind, because you can control what you put in your mind. You can control what you put in your mouth, which is the food you eat, the thoughts you think. So as you are putting in yourself, understanding that everything that they give to you has some truth in it. So you go to school and
architect, I got this question. Like, I know where you at, since I studied, there's only so much of the evil you could study, right? Like, how productive is it? Let's say, for instance, we could boil down to the automotive industry. At a certain point, they started making cars so they'll break down, so you have to buy a new. So what do? You just study the conspiracy, or you learn how to fix your fucking car? Like, at what point do you become pragmatic and fucking deal with the situation you're in? And stop, if I study the evil, I could study the evil all day, but how is that going to help me? Is they going to teach me how to grow food without pesticides and whatnot? Like, at what point do we stop studying the devil and start studying life? And
so Dan, this is it. The freeing the mind is understanding that they give you a system that works to a point, but it doesn't work to your benefit. And when you understand your limitations and what you can't do, you find someone that could do what you can do. You may have a skill set that I don't have. I live in a world right now with a bunch of professionals that I don't pay for anything. I don't pay for legal advice because I have a lawyer, very good friend of mine, that says, I don't want your money. You add so much value to my life that if you have legal problems, call me. I live in a world that if that guy has a business issue, he calls me because that's my skill set. Now I have a lawyer in my life. I have an accountant in my life. I do business. I could show anyone how to get a company from startup to IPO. You find people with the missing pieces that you don't have and have them pour into you and you pour into them. Now, when it becomes transactional and when you have to pay a person is when you understand that they're doing something for you physically, like, okay, I'm going to have to go to court to represent you. But up until that point, I talk to you for free and give you guidance. If you could go into that courthouse and fill out these documents on your own, then you don't need me, and I'm coming on the third visit and save you $1,500. That is intentional living. That is barterism. That is understanding that you have to have a community of people that could pour into you, and where you're lacking, you find someone that has skill sets that you don't, and you either pay for services or you pay for time. But you can only, in this world of earning, you have to either pay with your time, pay with your money, or pay with your attention to learn it on your own, to master that skill set. Once you understand that, then you can understand that your degree is good to a point, but it doesn't get you knowledge, understanding, or skills. Skills come from the ability to work through something.
Hey, architect, you're going for a riff, man. You got to make brevity is key. Brevity, brother.
So tie it up.
Hey, hold on, real quick. Hey, can we hear the other end from the brother that basically opposed that? We heard from architect, and he actually gave some good ass points. Now, can we hear from whoever opposed that and see what solutions we have to basically better our life? So it's fair.
Well, the room is actually about Kamala Harris. We don't want to deter too far from that, because that's what people are coming in the room for, and that's what we want to hear your guys' opinion on. So we kind of went off the subject, but I mean, whatever. He wants to run away, then he can start his own room.
I want to talk about Kamala.
So what's up, Trump? Let's go, Trump. What you gonna do for us, 24?
Well, I'll address Kamala. I won't talk about. Well, I mean, the other speaker was saying good things. What's his name? The architect build. I mean, if he wants to finish with his 4 points or whatever before we go back to the topic, go ahead.
Let me finish.
No, you can't be nice.
Forget about that. No, forget about that.
That's not what I want to hear from you.
Let me change it again. Donald Trump proposed service taxes to be eliminated. What does that do for the average citizen that has a job or a business that they work in service tax? He's going to eliminate service tax and income tax. What would that do for you? Most people that make up, say you got $1 as a salary, and your income tax is 20 to 30% average across the country. You automatically have a 30% increase in your salary where you can now go outside and change your life. If you continue to live on the 70% of your money and the 30% that does come in as juice, the extra 3 cents, $30 or $300, you could then decide to pay down some bills you could have never gotten around to before. If you're a business and you're in the service business and you're a barbershop owner and you have to pay your 30% tax at the end of the year, or your service tax of 8% in New York City, you just got an extra 8% return on your money, where you can now pay down a credit card bill or buy some new clippers. What that 8% does to you, or that 30% on a salary income, is tremendous. So when you're speaking about like Kamala or Trump and you're speaking about policy and your interests, again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm talking about economics. If that 30% is more impactful in your pocket, then you vote for Trump. If then the Democratic Party agenda is more attractive to you, then you go with the same. But I'll say this to you all the time. If you vote your economic interest, at some point, you'll be independent enough to change your life. I'll pause right there.
Anybody want to speak on the topic? While Kamala Harrison be our next president.
Well, look, in my point of view,
our next president.
Look, in my point of view, from what I observe, from what I see, what Trump's policies are going to be, it is going to be counterproductive for any possibility of growth for the regular man. For anybody that's truly fucking watching this shit is being realistic. Kamala, no, it's not the best shit. You could blame Kamala on Trump too. You could blame her on the fact that he's been fucking our shit up. We need to just get past this fucking shit that this dude is trying to pull off. Like, we're in a major this shit could go fucking south, bro. What Trump is doing is what happened in my daddy's country in Nicaragua. Daniel Ortega, he's the president, came in democratically elected, changed the fucking constitution to where he could run forever. Matter of fact, his fucking wife is the vice president right now. And he kills the media, anybody that tries to talk shit about him. That's what the fuck Trump is trying to do. And I don't get why people don't understand that.
The media controls the system. As you referenced, Donald Trump controls the media. If he did, The Democratic Party and the Republican Party controls the media.
Brother, what is the media controlled by?
The media is controlled by companies and corporations, but I'm showing you something here. Yeah. You go to CNN to hear Democrats, you go to Fox News to hear the Fox News people. And I'm saying to you, neither of them are telling you the truth. They're both lying to you.
Hey, let him finish though, man. He didn't interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but like, I'm not an idiot, bro. Like, you tell me basic shit. What I'm trying to tell you is, yes, CNN and Fox are in cahoots. You know what they want? They want the Republicans that ain't gonna tax their ass. That's the fucking issue, bro.
The tax I mentioned, like, service tax, is for the working people, and income tax is for the people that have jobs.
That fucking, I know what you're talking. You're talking about waiters and fucking, bartenders and shit. Trust me, I know. I live in New Orleans. You know who came up with that tax? George Bush, motherfucker, a Republican. This dude is fucking lying. He's full of shit. He's doing that to get stupid asses votes. You understand his agenda is he's trying to become a fucking dictator, right? He said it straight up. Like, it's no fucking joke. Like, people think it's a fucking game. It's real.
He said a dictator for one day. Why do y'all do that?
Dictator for one day, my ass.
Well, that's what he said. I mean, I know what it had to do with the ass. But
every time he opens his mouth, he's fucking lying. So he's an honest dude.
And you know that how? Because the news told you? Or how do you know that? Do you know him personally?
Because I'm smart enough to fucking see what he says and watch what he does.
Well, you're not saying very smart things right now, so. You're
saying that because, you obviously like Trump for some reason.
No, I don't obviously like Trump. I just hate that, it's almost like you're brainwashed. Did you get the vaccine?
What is this? What does that have to do with the price of tea?
Because you are parroting talking points from the news. He clearly said a dictator for one day. Y'all making it seem like he said, I'm going to be a dictator for a lifetime. And that's not what he said. And is that not what the Democrats are doing when they're passing the seat from one candidate to the next? What are they doing? What do you call that?
What you're calling people Democrats, or not Democrats, you're talking about people that actually read books and know what's going on.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll leave. Thank you.
Hey, yo, hold on for a second. I got Chris. Can you bring I up for me? I'm trying to bring him up. I am. Gino, Chris, appreciate it. Yeah, but go ahead. All right, thank you. Everybody, can y'all invite some people over? Appreciate it. Everybody in the group.
Hey, thanks for that, Mikey B. Thank you, Gino and Chris. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, salute. All right, go ahead, do your thing. Keys in the air. Who got the keys?
I just think, like, the system.
Oh, yeah, matter of fact, I'm sorry. Matter of fact, hold on. I apologize for cutting you off. But yeah, I just changed the topic up a little bit. Crypto investor backing up Trump and, Kamala Harris, next president. So, I am just changing it up.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I don't really foresee Kamala being the next president. She's not really particularly a strong candidate. If we remember in 2020, she had to drop out of the race because she didn't get any votes, any delegates, and they installed her just like the sister Erica was just saying. They installed her very undemocratically, and it makes me laugh when people on the left, or like the other bro was just saying, Trump is going to be a dictator and all that, but you can look and see that the Democrats are actively usurping our democracy right now. The only reason Kamala Harris is the nominee is because they have usurped our democracy. So I don't know where this fear-mongering stuff be coming from. If you operate correctly, like everybody should be operating as a business, then no matter who the president is, you're going to be okay. Last thing I'll say is we are moving into a digital society, and I'm not hearing much about that coming from the left. No matter who you like, I'm not hearing much about that coming from the left. But I do hear a lot of people on the right, like Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of JP Morgan, Trump was talking about making him the the chairman of the Federal Reserve or the secretary of the Treasury. So I know Trump is really leaning into crypto. I don't hear the left doing that much, and I think that's extremely dangerous too, because we are moving into a digital world. That's just what it is.
Yes, I think we just got to step back and really just like see, because when it comes to geopolitics, that shit can change at the drop of a dime. You know what I mean? In 3 months, then they put this person up in here to run for the next 3 months. These people are desperate, they thirsty, and this is their last stand to control. So anything can come out of their hat to disrupt the election. Me personally, this is just my opinion. I feel like it's going to be an event that cancels or suspend the election. If they don't get to that man and kill him, because I believe they're going to still try to kill him. If they don't been to kill that man, they're going to try to create an event to suspend the election so they can stay up in there. Because if we go to war, or if it's some type of violent earthquake, you know, because see, they can create the earthquake and then blame it on Mother Nature. They can detonate something. They can create another 9/11 and blame it on Russia or China. It's real easy to distract these so-called crazy-ass Americans, because every day is something new.
Listen,
and the attention span is shorter than a grain of rice.
The only crazy-ass Americans are Democrats. That's the truth. It's not Republicans. It's Democrats.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about Democrats or Republicans.
I know. People like to keep saying they're two wings of the same bird.
Brother, I want to finish talking. Slow down. Calm down. How you just came off the mic, that's my point right there.
You have no.
It's like the United States is one big mental asylum.
I'll be polite.
It's like
and when
everybody,
you're finished, I'll rebuttal.
Hey, calm down, man. Let me make my point. Calm down. Go to the podium with that shit. Have you spoke that shit in your community? To your constituents?
I'm done talking with you. Moderators,
well, you need to talk to the people. You need to talk to your constituents about that shit.
I don't have constituents. I'm here on a social audio chat app,
Well, you're sitting here talking Democrat, Republican, so fuck all of that.
Yeah,
all that shit
you don't like to talk about the topic or politics?
All that is illusions. I wasn't finished saying what I was saying. So that's why I started speaking to you. So anyway, sir.
Go ahead, Famo.
Yeah, all I'm saying, sir, is all that shit is an illusion. To make you feel like you have a say. So you don't have no say, so no more than the next man.
You're an illusion yourself.
So the point is, we need to get our family house, we need to get our family and our business affairs in order. Because what they gonna do is what they gonna do. That's the inevitable. You can't change shit. You have no power. You can create the little fake ass hero, and you think so. Trump ain't your Jesus. Trump is a wing of the same bird. Him and Hillary, two different wings of the same bird. Something wrong with you people. Always looking for a savior. Or somebody to save you from your circumstance. Take responsibility.
Looking for saviors. This is called politics.
Hey, listen. Hey, buddy. No. Hey, you triggered.
Yo, Trump, hold on for a second. Like, go ahead.
Yeah. And then, you must think he is that PTR. Better calm your ass down. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to pass the mic, Mikey B.
Yeah. So go ahead, Trump.
Yeah, nobody's looking for a savior, and people who keep saying that they're two wings of the same bird or want, different feathers flock together, it doesn't make a difference. The point is Kamala Harris is a Trojan horse candidate. She was chosen from the very beginning because she's black enough. She's Barack Hussein Obama with a pussy. She's going to engage in World War III. She's going to make your economic environment and your supposed business, how you want to get your business in order. She's going to make it worse for you. She's going to increase tax compliance regulation. She's going to increase the interest rate through the Federal Reserve. She will do whatever her environment tells her to do. And that is not a leader. That is a lemming. That's a lemon. That's somebody who's going to walk you off a cliff. and you're too all blind to see it, and you think Donald Trump is evil because he's the white man. Well, let me tell you the truth. He's an American, and so are you. And if you think Kamala is the best decision for you, you must not have a job. You must not even know what management does, because she's going to be the worst manager, the worst executive you've ever had to work under. And that's a fact. And she's going to ruin this country, and she's going to ruin you. And if you don't vote Trump, you ain't black.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
No. Man. No, but dude, I think they're like two like satanic factions fighting each other at this point. Like, I think they are both all fucking crazy as hell, but they really have it out for each other. It's how these fucking rich bastards do.
Vampires against werewolves. Just find reasons.
Yeah, right. That's what the fuck it is, man. Yeah, but I mean, anyone with a brain. I mean, and that's not to insult anyone here with Kamala Harris, but if this all was real, just say, you know, we all believed in elections the way they give it to us, right? And you listen to Trump, you listen to Kamala, and you're worried about your country in terms of like where it's going to go. You're not going to vote for her. She doesn't have any of the qualities that would actually help. You know, she didn't really do anything in her whole career. She fucked a lot of people over as a prosecutor. If you look at like, we have to like get on the level of people that don't have that conscious. Yeah, go ahead. That don't have that. Yeah, sorry. Just the people that don't have that level of discernment at this point in the game. It's like we have to talk to them. Fact of the matter, because these people do have positions of power and they do have some influence. Now, does it really affect you on your daily? You know, what you do is obviously going to be the differentiator. But these people do pass shit every day, and they're trying to freaking make this country a communist country. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Everyone says, no, this is not happening, but now we see the left wing, they actually want everybody to just give up all their money. Oh, the rich people have too much money and get, you know, everyone should have everything for free. And this is not the way that you sustain a free market, right? And capitalism is not perfect. We had a whole talk about this today, but it is the best model we know so far. And yeah, people have went absolutely shit crazy with it, but it still gives you the opportunity to have a free market and to actually enter the market. But that's getting limited and squeezed even more. And people like Kamala and these left people, they are totally on board with the Davos and the taking all your shit. And they're going to have shit, but they're even more ravenous than the Republican side, who's going to at least show that they care more about what, you know, it stands for. What is conservatism? Is not changing shit so much, not passing all these laws all the time. So even if they're both fucking crazy bastards and evil, you'd rather have the one that is probably going to destroy the world a little bit slower. That's like, you know, pick the best of both evils, right?
So we got people that just pulled up on the stage. Anybody want to chime in? That haven't chimed in? Anybody know about the crypto investors backing Trump?
I don't know who they are, but they trying to make it the next currency, and that's for sure.
I need to find out who they are so I can capitalize now.
Can anybody go play the clip?
Capitalize is by investing your money in crypto.
Can anybody go play the clip? If anybody available. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, hold on. I'll play. Give me one second. I gotta pull up on my computer though.
All right, good looking up. Appreciate it. Thank you. But while he's doing that, everybody, can y'all please, can we get some invite? Invite some people over. Appreciate it. Grand rising to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all have a powerful day. Do not have an upset day. Make sure you have a powerful day. All right, so please invite people over. Appreciate y'all pulling up. And also the people that have a ticket, hand the ticket over. So I'm a PAC member. Salute.
All right, I got you right here, Mikey.
Donald Trump affirming he will speak as scheduled at a Bitcoin conference coming up later this month. That's after an assassination attempt over the weekend. The former president's support of cryptocurrency is relatively new. Trump was previously deemed it a scam when he was in the White House, but now the 2024 hopefully is singing a very different tune thanks to the efforts of crypto industry insiders. And joining me now is David Bailey, BTC Inc., CEO and organizer of the Bitcoin conference. David, it is good to have you back on the show. So Trump's going to be participating in the Bitcoin conference, David. That's July 27th. How did that come about, David?
Well, first off, Josh, thank you for having me back on the show. And yeah, we're thrilled to have the president speaking in what is going to be a historic speech on Bitcoin policy and his agenda as of the new administration. We've been working with the Trump campaign for several months, advising them on different policy platform items that our industry cares about, our community cares about, and really helping lay the case for the amount of votes and the amount of dollars that our industry can deliver for the campaign. So we've been very thankful for their support. Donald Trump is a businessman first and foremost, and he sees a good opportunity. And Bitcoin is the greatest opportunity for this country. So we're very thankful to be partnered with him.
And David, we know Trump wasn't always a fan of crypto. What changed there, David? Is it what you suggested there? Is it just, does it come down to dollars and votes?
Yeah, I mean, I think for most people, they don't start as a fan of Bitcoin. Most people, when they hear about Bitcoin, they think it's a scam. That's how I got started in Bitcoin. That's how Michael Saylor got started in Bitcoin. In fact, Michael Saylor's first tweet on the topic is, once the government figures this out, they're going to shut this down. So I think, the biggest advocates of Bitcoin start as the biggest skeptics, and then, they go through a journey where they come to understand the technology better. They come to interact with it more, and eventually what seems like a scam at first eventually kind of hits home as fundamentally innovation that's transformative.
And David, I know you're a fan of Trump, and from what I've read, you're going to be hosting a fundraiser for him in Nashville. Any concern, though, David, that, we're sitting here in July and Trump and Vance don't win in November, that Biden does? Any worries you would have that, maybe you put all your eggs here in one political basket?
Well, we are running a fundraiser for the president in Nashville. We want it to be a record-breaking fundraiser, so we're working around the clock. I've been on phone calls all day for about 2 weeks straight, raising money for the president. So we are eager to show him what our industry is able to deliver and show him how much we care about this topic. Our industry considers ourselves single-issue voters, meaning that your policy on Bitcoin is what's going to determine how we show up to the ballot box. Your question about, are we worried about putting all of our eggs in one basket? The way the Biden administration has treated the Bitcoin and crypto community has been horrendous.
And what do you mean by that, David, when you say horrendous?
They have had the SEC give awful guidance, jail or prosecute legitimate businessmen and entrepreneurs that are trying to build great technology businesses in the United States. They've suggested tax regimes for our industry that, if implemented, would devastate the American Bitcoin industry. They've targeted Bitcoin miners, claiming that they are fundamentally dangerous to the environment, when in fact Bitcoin miners are investing billions of dollars into America's infrastructure and energy infrastructure. The list goes on. The president actually just vetoed a bill that would have given U.S. financial institutions the ability to custody digital assets on their balance sheet. And so, he's holding back our industry in the United States, and he's giving other nations a massive competitive advantage over the state. So just to play devil's advocate, could someone counter and give me your take on this? But at the end of the day, spot Bitcoin ETFs got the green light. Reportedly, you probably saw this, David. Spot Ether ETFs are on the way. What do you say to that? We had to sue the SEC and do a multi-year fight against the SEC to get there. The spot ETFs should have been approved 5 years ago. So, if there's one thing I would say I wish Trump had done differently in his last administration, he should have approved the spot ETFs. And so it's been a nonstop fist fight with the Biden administration. And so, frankly, at this point, we feel like we don't have much to lose. And what we hope is that by showing up for the Trump administration, and let me be clear, Bitcoin is bipartisan. Bitcoin is a technology, it's a tool. It does not have a political leaning or a prescribed political faction. But if you're going to come after our industry, then our industry is going to defend itself. And so what we hope is that by showing up big for the President Trump, by helping him win the White House, we're going to send a message to the Democratic Party that they're on the wrong side of this issue, and that it would be much more productive for them to work with our industry rather than to banish our industry. There are over 50 million Americans that own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. That is a massive voter block. And there used to be an old political adage that people vote their pocketbook. Bitcoin is people's pocketbooks today. So the Democratic Party is misaligned with the public, and we're hoping that by making ourselves heard in this election, we'll make ourselves heard in all the future elections as well.
It is impressive, David, the way crypto has become an issue in this campaign, in this election. We always appreciate you coming on the show, David. Thanks so much.
That was it.
Can I add something here?
Thank you. I appreciate it for playing that.
So if you go on the Agenda 47 and read through Trump's policy, he literally calls it out, and he says he will make sure that nobody touches Bitcoin when he's president. On the other side, it's very simple, right? Kamala and Biden and the Democrats are trying to support implementing the centralized digital currency, which is poison for Bitcoin, and ban any other independent digital currency. That on itself should tell you everything, that if Trump gets elected, Bitcoin will skyrocket. So know that.
That's not true. Bitcoin has already skyrocketed. It's at 60.
Again, it will triple or quadruple even. Mark my words, because it is literally called out. A official campaign in a cabinet will not officially and very explicitly listed out in their policy platform if they wouldn't implement it, because they know their donors and everybody that is voting for him because of this will hold him accountable. So, they're not going to just wishy-washy call it out. Plus, they do want to have alternatives for currency, and they're against the centralized digital currency as opposed to the Democrats.
That's true. But the fact of the matter is, I think that Bitcoin is actually CIA coin, because I saw an interview with a software developer who said,
shut up, Edmund. You're trolling again.
I'm not trolling, bitch. Shut your mouth. I'm telling you, I saw a CIA employee say that he was contacted by the CIA to help develop a cryptological currency. And that's what Bitcoin is. It was developed by your government, not some imaginary Japanese red dragon named Satoshi. So if you fools want to keep believing the lies that even you spew because you're repeating boxes and you actually don't know that much, the fact is, there's a backdoor for Bitcoin. There's millions of Bitcoins, which is hundreds of billions, if not even trillions of dollars that your government, your secret society agency known as Central Intelligence are secretly in control of. And they use Bitcoin to do money laundering, but most importantly, to do international regime change operations in a non-trackable way. Oh no, there's this ledger. Oh really? The point is, go to the Enigma machine from World War II. That's the first example of cryptology. And what the scientists discovered is that your US dollar printed by the Federal Reserve is also a form of cryptology, because there's barcode, there's a serial number on every dollar. You're already being tracked through Treasury, through all the banks, through everything is already digitized. They don't want competition to their already digitized US dollar. And it's very hard to know what is up and what is down, or what is black and what is white, because everything is communication hypnosis. Anyways, vote Trump, free America, go to the gym, fatties.
Just so you guys know, this guy trolls all the time, so I never know.
Angela, shut the fuck up. You're an Afghani whore that lives in Newport Beach, you stupid bitch. What is wrong
with you?
You're a dumb bitch.
Wow, that is very disrespectful.
young man, I'm going to just say it straight out. I'm a woman. And I'm sitting here listening to you. I'm agreeing with some of the things you're saying about Kamala Harris. But one thing I don't agree with, you calling her a bitch. If you disagree with her, to agree with her or disagree with her, just disagree. Don't call her no bitch. Don't call her no hoe. Because that's like you calling every woman up here on that stage the same thing if we said something that you didn't agree with.
Anyways, I thought this was a serious room, but clearly mods allow all sorts of bullshit here. So
okay, just do whatever Angela tells you to do. Just do it. Like, I give a fuck.
Well, we need to realize that Bitcoin isn't the only cryptocurrency. It will probably be the least effective cryptocurrency because cryptocurrency is the value of it is based on market cap, and it's too much Bitcoin out here. But what we need to do is look, they're not going to be able to ban crypto. It's too many wealthy people, the people that donate to these parties that are already in the crypto, that already have their money digital, and they're not going to, outlaw, ban their money. But we really do need to be looking at other cryptocurrencies. I like, my personal opinion, I like the quant over ledger because that controls everything that we're talking about and going into. We can look at the tokens and the cryptos that are associated with those. But no matter who it is, I think Trump wants to keep crypto where it is. But it is true that I should say the deep state, not just the Democrats, but the deep state, they want to make crypto as regulated as possible because they do have a central bank digital currency coming, and people do need to be aware of that and look those terms up. If you don't know what they mean, look them up and look up what they mean to.
Well, Bitcoin isn't a cryptocurrency at all, actually. It's a digital asset. So it's basically any more than 21 million of them. So, and it can't be regulated basically outside of taxation. It can't be controlled. They can't create more of it. They'll never be able to create more of it after the 21 million is mined. And the price is probably going to go through the roof based on all the analysis I'm looking at. I've been investing since it was 10K and now it's almost 70K. So, and it's went down and up since then. But the idea is it's like any asset you hold for a very long time. And you're probably going to see it go up actually because it can't be replicated. It can't be toyed with the same way the dollar can. So what we're seeing now is the dollar is actually the worst possible scenario to keep in place. Not saying a CBDC would be better, but the way that the system is now is they can just infinitely print a dollar and devalue the currency. So if you have $100,000 in the bank since last year, you actually lost money. You didn't earn money because of the banks are actually going negative interest rates in some places, and even if they don't, they're only giving you very, very little on your money. So you can make like $100 on $100,000 in my regular savings account, which is absolutely nothing, right? But if you can learn how to invest, the thing is they want us to stay into their structures because most people don't know about financial literacy and how to get themselves out of the situation and use the money to make more money. But they tell us to save our money, and that by saving it alone, it doesn't add up unless you're saving and investing the money. You're not going to grow the money because no one's giving you a return on the money. And we're in a situation now that we see that there is a chance to have something like Bitcoin, which I can send Bitcoin right now to China. I mean, but anywhere in the world, peer-to-peer without having to pay a bank for that transaction. It could go from my wallet to someone's wallet and back and forth, and nobody that
just nailed that. I don't know what
they all know that this is what's happening. So for me, I think it's going to be the champion because it's not a cryptocurrency. You can make a lot of money on all these other cryptocurrencies, but Bitcoin is basically like having gold on a computer and storing it. I mean, you can take it offline too. You can have a cold wallet and have it in your hand. So people say, oh, it's all on the computer. You're supposed to be storing it in a cold wallet where somebody could steal it or it's vulnerable and you can't take it out. So if I go anywhere in the world, say the shit hits the fan, right, and all the financial systems collapse, and all you have is your USB with Bitcoin, you can go anywhere in the world, find a situation to extract. Someone's going to want that Bitcoin just like they're going to want your gold, okay? Because somewhere there's going to be power because we can't live without electricity. Power won't be off for it, even if the power goes out. We cannot live without electricity. So unless everyone dies, then Bitcoin's going to go away. But until that point in time, you're seeing, like someone was saying earlier, there's billions of dollars in that recording. I was saying billions of dollars of people, or Americans, are investing in the infrastructure, in the electricity or whatever, to keep it going in their green way, because they know, and all these green people own Bitcoin too. They know that this is where it's going, that it's obviously going to lead to more of a treacherous place eventually. You can't change it. You can't change the way that the dollar has made us a slave, right? So might as well profit off the change if you're ahead of the game. If we know they're going to switch to a digital system, we might as well get the coins that they're cherishing the most. All these rich people want you to sell their Bitcoin right
system. Bitcoin is a competition to Federal
Right,
Reserve.
it is digital, right.
We say Bitcoin
right, exactly.
I don't believe Bitcoin is a competition to the Federal Reserve. I think they're one in the same system. And the fact is, this is an empire. And the only way for this empire to collapse is for Washington, D.C., or New York City to be completely invaded by outside forces. Most likely that will never, ever happen. Therefore, your dream of going into the world of a destroyed America to use your Bitcoin to stay alive is just a dream. It's never going to happen. Not in this lifetime, and probably not for generations to come, because empire state is now. This country is the biggest empire on the planet. It can take out any country on the planet that it wants. It has the military technology and the people who are capable of doing that. This is a war-footed country because of George Bush and 9/11. There's a lot of veterans that know how to fight to the death and use these weapon systems to continue this Fugazi government and this Fugazi empire. So I don't think that there's a salvation. The reality is now, meaning that Kamala Harris is the threat to democracy. She goes on YouTube raising $10 saying we have to fight Donald Trump to save our democracy. She's the threat to democracy. She's the Trojan horse that we have to be afraid of. She's not even black. She's the descendant of a slave owner. She doesn't even have children. She's married to a Jewish man who has an open marriage with another woman and 2 children that she claims are hers. She's fake. She's a liar. Everything she puts out is a hypnosis communication.
Well, I think a lot of y'all ain't looking at Bitcoin was started by the 13 families. It's not a B, it's a 13. If you put that 3 with that 1, you got your Bitcoin. Same people started Pi. Pi been on its way, it's on its way to the blockchain by next year, but Pi been in existence for like 10 years or longer, and it's free. People are already using it in the third world countries. It's called a people's coin. All you do is download it to your phone, let them mine through your phone. People are like, oh, they might be tracking me. Well, hell, you're being tracked anyway. But this is the new people's coin. It's called Pi, P-I. And you can put it on your phone, and they mine off your phone, and you gather your coins like that. But the 13 families that started Bitcoin and their children is the same ones who started Pi. And they've been starting, they've been mining for about the last 10 years. So y'all need to look at that. And it's not just Bitcoin. Bitcoin may not last.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bitcoin is going to be the bottom of the totem pole with all these, right? So a couple things we have to realize is, number one, these things, nobody knows the value of these coins. Nobody knows what it's going to be, because the only reason we have a value on them, how we do right now, and look at them in the USD aspect, is because USD is the world reserve currency. But as we see, that's going away as well, right? So after the USD is no longer the world reserve currency, and we have what's called decoupling, the values of these things are like, I'm telling you, we can't even fathom what the value of these things are going to be. But again, there's too much Bitcoin. Everything's going to be based on market cap. If you go to something like, you can go to Crypto Slate, right? CryptoSlate.com, and you can just look at the coins on there. And you can see that there are so many other coins. There are so many tokens that actually have a utility. And that means a real world use, right? So like there is coins, and right now, I don't want to be all fragmented all over the place, but right now, another thing that you can look up is tokenization. Right now, we're going through tokenization, meaning people are taking their real world assets and storing the value of those assets onto the blockchain. The way you do that is through a token, right? So you have tokens that are for things that are whose value is going to be astronomical, because it's not going to be that many of them. So that's why I mentioned again the quant overledger and the tokens and the coins that are on the quant overledger, right? That would be in my opinion, that's the best thing to look at. I can't give them my financial advice, but that's what I would say. And then the last thing I'll say is the reason that, the reason that Bitcoin, there is going to be a CBDC. It's coming. It's going to be backed by rare earth minerals and lithium, which the United States all of a sudden has found to have the largest repositories in the world. So just like our money was backed by gold, this stuff is going to be backed, or our central bank digital currency, which is coming from the Treasury, not from the Federal Reserve, is going to be backed by the rare earth minerals we just found and the lithium we just found in the world.
Yeah, but how do you tie the back end to those rare earth minerals? I don't see how that's possible.
What do you mean tie the back end?
They're not going to mine them either.
I'm saying that this country is 35 trillion in debt, going to 40 trillion, going to 50 trillion under Kamala. That's the scam. It's not about digital currencies. These are minutia details. The real truth is this country is going to go to $40 trillion in debt, and that will be an unpayable debt. And you will see this republic unravel into a tyranny, into a fascist dictatorship, whether it's Democrat or Republican. The country is headed for essentially fascism, and everybody hates fascism, but that's where this is all going. And if you've ever actually imploded yourself financially, you have to right the ship. The country is imploding real time. The Federal Reserve, during the first tranche of $1 trillion known as the HEROES Act during the COVID-19 scamdemic, aka Pfizer and Dr. Fauci's scam, to get you vaccinated so you can't have children, to depopulate this country because the elites want less of you and more of the outside world in this country. This is a controlled bubble. It's no longer a republic. You're not free. Every day, every hour, the Democrats are working to enslave you, to kill you, to murder you. And that's the facts. I mean, they tried to kill Trump. And when I say they, I mean Joe Biden and Kamala Harris tried to execute Donald Trump with an LGBTQ sharpshooter who can't even pick his toes. These people don't even know how to do political assassinations. That's how incompetent they are. And now you want them to run your government? They can't even kill or shoot straight.
Well, the reason is I halfway agree with you when you say this country is going to be fascist and stuff. Yes, it is, if you don't operate properly. And right now, being able to get these cryptos, first of all, not investing, because I don't believe anybody in here can invest in crypto, because it's an unregulated security. And if you're not an accredited investor or above, you can't do that. So you can purchase crypto. So right now, purchasing these cryptos while you can still get in on some of the market cap and while it's still low before we have decoupling will allow you to, among other things, you have to operate correctly. You should set up your own banking system. But if you just get these cryptos, that will save you from having to use a CBDC. That will allow you to operate outside of that fascist system that they're trying to put in. But you are right. We won't ever be able to pay this debt back, and that's why we're going to go to crypto. So if you guys want to look some stuff up, right, and see that it's not like this is like we got the wrong idea. We think it's about war and like America's not giving this stuff up, but all these countries are working together, right? So if you go to number one, the BIS, right? You can go right to their website, the Bank for International Settlements. This is the ultimate central bank. Every country that has a central bank, those central banks report to the Bank of International Settlements. And you can go right on the Bank of International Settlements and go and look at their projects, right? When you see their projects like Project Leap, where they're trying to make it so that all cross-border payment systems link up together, you can see that the central banks that are on their project, and it's the BRICS, all the countries in the BRICS, it's the United States. All these countries are working together. The 2030 agenda, which has been said at Davos, which somebody mentioned earlier, which was mentioned first by Barack Obama when he said we're going to a 2030 agenda. This stuff is right on the website. You can go to the World Economic Forum, the WEF. You can go to their website and the 2030, the World Bank as well. And you can see they say that by 2030, they don't want a central power, but they want something that's more like a one world government. I don't want to get into conspiracy theories. That's why I say you can go right there and look on their website and see this is what they're saying.
The World Bank is in D.C., and if you look to see who's funding the Ukraine war and giving them all the money and weapons, it's the World Bank. Who the fuck is the World Bank? It's a conglomeration of the world's largest banking empires. Just go down your street right now and go to JP Morgan Chase, go to Bank of America, go to Wells Fargo, and ask yourself, how many banks and retail banks do we really need? What do they really do for the community? It's a fucking accounting system. It's a paper storage warehouse. They contribute nothing, and they're immortal. They never die. They don't do anything. They don't grow food. They don't house food products. They don't build houses. It's basically an accounting tracking system. That's the system we live in. It's all fugazi. It's all an illusion. Inflation is real, and they're eroding your dollar every single year by about 5%. So if you have $100,000 in just 10 years, your purchasing power is like you'll be able to buy zero. They're degrading the currency, and they are going to usher in a CBDC because the accounting system is so fucked up. They're going to replace it and say, okay, everything in the past is the past. This is the new, and you're all going to love it. Because the system is broken, they have to create a new false illusion. The new false illusion is CBDC, and that's just another way for JP Morgan Chase to trade it and make more money off the trades. It's all a scam, and it is all denominated in USD. The stock market, Bitcoin, it's all in dollars. You can't get out of this system no matter how hard you try. If you want to buy a house, if you want to get a loan to get a car, you're fucked. And it's all an illusion. If you really want to set yourself free, you have to essentially become spiritual or philosophical or even political. If you want to rise to power and survive in this corrupt system, you have to free yourself through words. Words are still the real tokens. It's the logos. That's the truth. And all these liars that come on YouTube and tell you every day we have to save democracy, they are the terrorists that you are afraid of. Your own government is the terrorist state, and it's Kamala Harris. She will lead the world's largest terrorist organization in the history of mankind. They will not stop until either you're dead or, the country's dead. They want to destroy the history and the fabric and the society and the culture. And they're doing it every single day.
What they're doing is destroying themselves. So like Chris said earlier, this is evil against evil. Even your so-called Bible speaks about when Satan started to cast out Satan, how long should a kingdom last or stand? Quote, I don't want to either way. So, to be honest, this ain't got shit to do with us. What we need to be focused on is our households and getting our business affairs in order, separating ourselves from the system, because you might be totally dependent upon it. So that's why you feel how you feel. That's not everybody's reality, sir. That's not everybody's perception.
No, I mean,
that's not it.
It's like Michael Jackson, man in the mirror. Clean your house and you clean America. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is, at this point, we need to stop putting responsibility in the hands of some drunken fools, in the hands of people I wouldn't even trust with a book of matches, and take back our own responsibility as the people. And see, from Trump, the power is passed to the people. That's the key, putting power back in the hands of the people. You know what I mean? And we have to start and see, the first thing is first, fear. Fear is their greatest weapon. That's the key. No missile, no gun, fear. Because see, fear can paralyze a person. Fear can stop a person from speaking the truth or asking questions. Fear can make the people get in the goose step. So I believe that's the biggest thing. We got to start being fearless and start standing up, you know what I mean? And taking control of our lives, period. Because right now, people are they're benefiting. They're getting some type of benefit from this corrupt so-called government, because it's not a government, it's a corporation. The government is for the people, by the people, of the people. And the people ain't been running this shit for a long time. To be honest, we've been at martial law since the 1930s. They just ain't told us. When the corporation went bankrupt, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt, as far as stripped the people of their gold and created the Limited Liability Act, the War Powers Act, the Banking Act of 1871. That's why they call Trump the last president. Because right before he got out of office, the contract, the Banking Act of 1771 expired. So we watching, and what we about to witness is the fall. We're witnessing the fall of this Babylonian empire, or this Roman empire. So really now we put in a position to be self-governors, self-made. We need to really start to listen, because I'm gonna land with this. If you a man and you have created a family and a life for yourself, you should have your family in order, to the point where when you come out into the community, you're able to link up with other families that got their life in order and got their affairs in order. Because you have to be healthy to think. That's first. You got to be healthy to be a thinker.
You need books.
But before you need books, you need to be able to understand what you're reading, sir. A lot of people don't even know the 8 parts of speech.
Books are external hard drives. People aren't reading. The population is not reading. Adults are not reading books. They're looking at screens. That's not reading. That's not using critical faculties or parts of your brain. People are living in a mass hypnosis.
And that's the key. We speak about people being under that spell. But I believe these series of events, and once we go into 2025, because people don't understand 2024 wasn't nothing. Once we going into a state where a lot of secrets is finna be revealed, a lot of things is finna be exposed. And either people gonna snap out of that spell, or you gonna stay stuck in the reality, that's dead.
And for me, I don't like to get into like biblical privacy enough, and I like to stay focused on what people can really do right now. I don't think there's no getting out of the system. Like, this system is a global system that has been here before we was here, before our parents was here, before our parents' parents was here. And this system, whoever the programmer is of this matrix that we in, is going to keep this system the same way. It's just changing. That's all. And to save yourself or be free is 4 pillars in this country. You need to move through estates and trusts and EINs. You need to be at least an accredited investor. You need to set up your own banking system, and you need to be a lobbyist if you want to participate in the political side of things. All that is attainable and can be done by anybody. That's not reserved for anybody of a certain ilk or anything. Anybody can do that, and but you won't be able to do it coming soon. Because once this window closes and this system and this fiat system that we on is over, that's it for you. You're going to be stuck there.
Nah. Well, to give a little pushback, yes, you do have the opportunity to opt out. My family, over the past 5 years, we already made the financial preparations to build parallel economic systems, things like that on the blockchain. One thing I will say is, if you cannot start a trust, if you cannot start a corporation, let's just say, for example, the atmosphere in America becomes part socialist, part communist, right? And then they centralize everything. What will not happen is they cannot centralize or regulate decentralized Bitcoin ecosystems. They can't do that. So the United States has a certain amount that they own, right? But outside of their identification and outside of their ownership, you can still privately own Bitcoin. And Bitcoin works as a trust. It works as a bank account. It works as an asset that you can borrow from yourself. So if you wanted to opt out of taxation, if you wanted to opt out of regulation, you'd have to be able to have decentralized access, non-KYC based access to Bitcoin. All other assets are going to go to zero. Bitcoin might even go to zero as well. But Bitcoin is the only coin that can recover if the dollar goes zero, if altcoins go to zero, because it's a deflationary asset. So what economists are speaking about right now is repricing the dollar in preparation for a new monetary system, and then creating a Bitcoin reserve for the United States. So if they do that, they back the dollar by Satoshi, they fractionalize the U.S. debt, they tokenize the dollar, and then that would eliminate the U.S. debt damn near within a year, within a 5-year time span. Because if we have scarcity in terms of Bitcoin being the most volatile as well as the most scarce asset in the world, backing the dollar by gold will not be a solution. So backing the dollar by Bitcoin, and then retail investors or individuals like yourself accessing Bitcoin in decentralized marketplaces can protect you from centralized systems, can protect you from being outed in case they want to do a UBI or universal basic income. Setting up a trust and things like that of that nature, you need to be thinking about, if I can't do that myself, if I don't have the resources to do it myself, I need to be working together in groups, and I need to be combining resources to be able to make these moves together. Because if you can't do things by yourself, you can do things and you can get shit done in numbers, because 2 heads is better than 1. If one person has $100,000 and the other person has the brains to get it done, then you guys need to come together to build your resources and to create a community for both your families, make your children beneficiaries, appoint IBCs as a trustee of your organizations. But doing things domestically here under the U.S. Supreme Court is not going to help you at all.
Question. Shout out to the young brothers out here with the knowledge. Question. With all that being said, with everybody's input on what they think the solution is to withstand what's about to happen, which we know, what the outcome of that is. I just got one question. With this Bitcoin frenzy, with this all of these different so-called digital assets, is it not ran by computers?
No, Bitcoin's not ran by computers, brother.
Meaning, you need a computer in order to purchase Bitcoin, some way, shape, or form.
No, you don't. You don't have to be on. You don't have to use Bitcoin online. Bitcoin works offline as well. The Satoshi Nakamoto protocol.
How does that work? How do you purchase without being online?
All right. So Bitcoin works without electricity, right? So Bitcoin works off the power of nodes, and nodes work through Satoshi fragmentation. So Satoshis are like a fraction of Bitcoin.
Know what it is? I know that.
I'm breaking it down. The Satoshi Nakamoto protocol allows for the entire Bitcoin network and the technology to work internally in every fraction of a Satoshi. That means the entire network, the entire $1 trillion market capitalization can work and is available and accessible through $1 of Bitcoin, through one Satoshi. That's how nanotechnology, nanobanking technology works. So Bitcoin Satoshi Nakamoto protocol works with radio frequency. It works with Bluetooth signal radio frequency.
How do you purchase Bitcoin without a computer?
I'm explaining that to you now. You can transact.
You might want to say it in layman terms. You might want to say it in layman terms because the elaboration is a little bit too scientific for people. So you might want to just break it down in layman.
You could purchase Bitcoin with radio frequency. You can use Bitcoin on Bluetooth signal. You can use Bitcoin on any other type of static electricity based generation. You can go about transacting Bitcoin on solar energy. You don't need a computer because Bitcoin can work with the ledger.
So let me ask you this. I'm pretty sure with all that information, you're aware of solar flares that are taking place on the sun. Am I correct?
Yes, but radio frequency still works, even if there are solar flares.
If solar flares hit the planet, it could literally wipe out anything electrical.
Yes,
in communications.
Yeah.
Any communication, any radio frequency, anything.
Right, but there are radios that have Faraday technology that protect them from solar flares. Like, for example, a satellite phone is impenetrable to a solar flare because they have Faraday technology to protect them from.
So let me ask you, with that being
those type of frequency.
Yeah. How many people are aware of that?
90% of the people in positions in the House of Representatives and the U.S.
No, I'm talking about the average.
Average people are not prepared.
Okay.
Which is why you ask people.
So my question again, if these events take place, because it could be in multitudes.
If the events take place, the average person needs to be asking people who are prepared. That's what needs to be happening.
But see, this is the thing. That is not happening.
That is happening. Right now we're having these conversations now. You're asking
how many people's in this room?
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, 17.
You talking about millions of people on the planet.
Correct.
Versus 15 to 20 people in a room.
It starts with you, brother.
Let's get to reality.
The reality is we're wasting time arguing when you could be asking
I'm not arguing. I'm just asking you a question.
Let the brother land his point. Cool.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking you a question. That's a logical question.
You have to ask the right questions and spread the information.
That is the right
brother land, fam. We ain't gonna get nowhere. You keep doing that, dog.
Exactly.
I don't think y'all are mods on this stage. If we're having a back and forth,
bro, it don't matter. We was moving smooth until you started with that, bro. Just let the brother win. Have respect for it.
Wait. Let them go back and forth. I am.
Like y'all are being fucking
I'm not gonna go back and forth. The brother's right. He's right.
How are we gonna
let me land my plane, and you can see what I'm trying to get to.
That's being respectful. Damn.
Get the fuck out of here with the fake outrage, bro. It's too early for y'all to be pinpointing how the fuck we speak.
I don't think the brother was saying it was trying to go back and forth. I think he was trying to make a statement and ask a question, but he can't get through the question if he's going to keep cutting them off. And then
it's a simple error, guys. It's all good. I am mute your mic.
Do you know what the question was?
Listen,
hold on. Mikey B, where you at, bro?
Come on, man. Come on, fellas. Calm down. God damn, all right, man. Look,
man,
Sanaya, come on, answer your point, man. Get your point out, Sanaya. Come on, man. Sanan, go ahead and get your last words out, bro. Come on, man. Cause y'all getting too emotional over the weirdest conversation. Just get your point out,
thing
bro.
when people. This is the problem. When people
get your point out, bro.
Let me get my point out, brother. Let me get my point out. Don't force me and rush me. It's a point that needs to be addressed. So let me take my time and get my point out. The point is, a lot of people, I hear on these different. That's why I don't come on Clubhouse like that, because I hear these different back and forth conversations that's useless information where we don't see the reality of what's really going on. I sat this morning and watched a video, 2 videos. One female is with the Fed, and she's uncovering information. Her name is Danielle DiMartio. Another video that I watched was from another gentleman. He's an economist. And both individuals spoke about something that I've been telling people about for the longest, that people are ignoring, that we all need to pay attention to. I was focused on Bitcoin. I know Bitcoin in and out. I know how it works. I know about the nodes. I know about all of that stuff. But the reality is, number one, which we all know, we're in a failing economy. This economy is done. And they're saying that basically none of these nominees for president is going to pull us out of this situation. None of them. We can come up with all of these philosophical explanations dealing with how we can pull ourselves out. Number one, we got to come together. All people have to come together to come out of this, because you got whole countries that are in recessions, not just the U.S., other countries in recessions that is really affecting the U.S. They're saying, and I'm pretty sure everybody know this already, they're saying that we're not even in a recession anymore. We're in a depression. They're just not telling us. And all of this fake news being put out about how the economy is doing well, that's bullshit. It's all a crock of bullcrap. And nobody's focusing on the big things that's happening throughout globally. Number one, and that's just a small portion dealing with the solar flares. I can go into other stuff that could completely wipe out all communication, could wipe out all Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum, all of those different so-called assets. Can I finish?
I'm waiting for you to finish.
But you're being rude, dude. See, that's why I don't come on these platforms.
Hey, dude,
because you get so many people.
Cut the crap with the emotional stuff, bro, and just get to the point, bro. Don't worry about people being rude. You a man. Who cares? Get to the point, bro. Come on now, what y'all on, man? Y'all back and forth with the calling people names and all this crazy crap, man. Get to the point and be good with your words, bro. That's it.
I get on here later. I ain't got to deal with this.
Oh, no, he's getting emotional, just like you said. Come on, man. Look, point out there.
You know what I don't fucking like? You know what I don't fucking like? Is that when we talk about solutions...
Don't worry about it, Kazi. Because now we talking about emotion. You came across, you gave the information, we broke it down in layman terms. He said he knew everything about Bitcoin. Come on, man. Why are you asking questions? That's what I understand. People don't know how to conversate. You know what I mean? The people want to share information, take the information, and move on, bro. Come on now. Bitcoin ain't going to be the savior for nobody. If it's the damn solar flare, we're going to have to strap up, shoot it and boot it, learn where the fucking food reserves are, and figure it out. That damn ain't no damn Bitcoin. Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
Second. What I was saying was this, right? Bitcoin can be insured. And anything that you have on a ledger, hey, baby, I like your hair. Anything you got on a ledger, right? Anything you got on a ledger is insured.
record offline. So say, for example, somebody has like Lloyd's of London. So for me to communicate with them, I need to be able to know a representative that works at the Lloyd's of London that is still managing these fucking gold reserves. You see what I'm saying? If I can get to Lloyd's of London, I can get access to my fucking reserves that secure my Bitcoin in case there is no fucking offline, in case we are offline. So this is how I look at it, right? The moment people like me that are in high net worth positions start seeing is at an all-time high, you need to be going to the financial districts of the world. That's what you need to be doing. You need to get the fuck out your country. And I'm not going to tell you where I'm at right now. But I'm not in the United States right now because I know what's about to happen. You understand? I already have a passport. I already have my locations and everything solidified. Other people are not moving like that. They're just waiting for shit to hit the fan, and then when shit hits the fan, they're gonna try to run. No, you need to relocate and be prepared. The way that you do that is you understand, okay, where are my Bitcoins at? Where are my assets? If I get disconnected from the internet, I need to have a way to still operate with gold reserves, or I need to get enough gold. Like if I could have at least, you see what I'm $1,000 or $100,000 in gold bullions, or if I can get gold powder and I can pinch this shit and like that gives me more liquidity to be able to operate and be able to move and get shit done. Because people are still gonna accept gold. People are still gonna want fucking money to be able to trade amongst each other. People are still gonna want guns. The only thing that's gonna buy guns, that's gonna buy bullets, that's gonna buy is resources and assets. That's it. Those are the only things that's gonna work when shit falls apart.
Hey, but look, Kazi, you say you got a passport and all, but I mean, America's the last domino piece. Once America goes down, I mean, nobody's safe, man.
No, you're not understanding, Marcus. New York, London.
Bro, how can you prove this, bro? That's
because I know.
You don't know, though. You don't know, bro.
No. You're not speaking to somebody who's just a fucking civilian. I'm not a civilian. I'm not a citizen in the United States.
Who are you?
I'm a U.S. representative.
What he said was exactly
the U.S. Embassy. This is Kazi Atkins. So what I'm speaking to you about is the Chicago Financial District. I'm talking about the London Lloyd's of London, the London Financial District. When these places fall down, that is where military is going to be. Because to keep society together, you have to ensure the assets of the government. You have to ensure those assets. If those assets fall, there will be no rebuilding civilization. If those assets are taken, there will be no civilization. So the guns, the military, the protections for the first few years or so are in those areas primarily, because that's where civilization is going to hoard around, where there is gold. The wealthy are going to sit here trying to fucking protect their civilization and protect whatever little pieces of civilization and normalcy that they can hold on to. So they're going to be structuring these little fucking, like these little militia places. That's what's going to happen. They're going to split society into fragments. You're going to be split into districts. That's already been put through Obamacare.
Hunger Games.
No. I'm talking about Obamacare. Hunger Games was in relation to the policy that they legalized because of Obamacare. Okay, if you didn't read the documents and the formats and things that they put through legislation, if martial law taking place, if martial law breaks out, you will be put into fractions. You'll be put into factions. That's what's going to happen. All right, that's what cities. Excuse me.
Concentration. The 15 minute. You talking about the 15-minute cities?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
But what you were laying out, though, is a way that people can survive during the fall of society. Yes, that's what anyone has ever done.
That's what I'm trying to
What he's laying out is you have to be able to stretch it as long as you can. Obviously, no one's going to be able to fall, to survive the fall of man or whatever inevitable crazy shit. These bastards are going to just all kill each other or kill all of us. But you might as well be on the other side of it as long as you can. Figure out a way to move while you can. You need liquidity.
But recently, this was put a plug on us. The fucking what's it called? Crowd, whatever that shit was. That failed state shit. That knocked out all them flights and shit.
That's happening at the top of the market, guys. I've been telling y'all for the longest that the market is dropping. The market is about to crash. This is not a coincidence that this fucking outage happened at the top of the market. It's not a coincidence at all.
That's a fact. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, that's why the hardest part about surviving any fall of any civilization is community, is finding people that can actually communicate well together. Otherwise, we'll fucking eat each other's heads off. That's the only thing that ever sustains.
Think about this too, right? This is the first time that there has been a global outage across the board. That could have been very well a test. They said that wasn't a failure. It was an update. It was a software update. You see what I'm saying? That connects to the monetary system, that connects to the stoplights, that connects to online transactions and online servers around the world, Microsoft, airplanes, flight logs, all of that different shit. So once it went down, right, that shows the vulnerability. Okay, now we know that this one company name, this company is what's going to be under constant fucking attack by every single one of our adversaries. Now they know the company name. The knowing the company name is a fucking risk of national security. And they said it out loud what the company's name is responsible for the outage. So if I was a hacker, right, and I want to exploit an international fucking server, I'm going to sit here and try to gain as many people as I can to attack it and then hold ransomware attacks in regards to it. Let me charge $1 billion to keep society online. Because if they don't, I'm just going to fucking hack their shit and shut it down. So what you need to do is understand, what do I need to do when the market's at all-time lows? You need to start making investments. What do I need to do when the market's at all-time highs? 20, 30, 40, 50-year highs. Okay, I probably need to start thinking about society fucking falling apart, because this is probably another 2008. This is probably another fucking COVID-19 pandemic drop. This is probably going to be worse than that. If they had to change the definition of recession when they open the economy back up, what the fuck? Yeah, we are definitely in a recession, and we're heading into the greatest depression of all time. So if the market is about, if the market is about to drop, these are the last few months while we are at the top of the market that you will get to prepare for it. Wealthy people move from cities when market hits all-time highs. I'm gonna say that again. Wealthy people relocate from main cities, like the people who live in New York, the people who live in Chicago, the people who live in London. They start going away from the city into the mountains when the market hits all-time highs. They start gathering resources. They start getting goods, because if you can't, I don't know if you heard or not, but they've been talking about 2024. Get prepared with food and stock up. They're talking about stock up 2024. It's trending all over Twitter right now.
Hey, but I think that outage already made a backdoor. They already had a backdoor because of that outage. They showed you that the same scenario happened in that movie, Leave the World Behind, produced by the Obamas.
Yeah, they install these worms and shit in there, and they could always access later on. They've actually admitted that there's been backdoors installed that they can't figure out yet. You look at the national security and shit, it's crazy, dude. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at a situation here. What are we all going to do? We're just going to complain about it? We're going to listen to people that want to talk about it. When smart people want to talk about it, I'm going to fucking listen, dude. It's not going to be long before all the people that are actually moving out here are going to be totally gone off the fucking face of the earth, for all you know, because they're not going to be around, feeding bread to people that are going to fucking not take advantage of it. We need to take action now, not just, this is going on, that's going on.
Chris,
doesn't get us anywhere.
Were you on my stream yet? Was that you I was talking to yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I've been watching, bro.
Okay, so you were on our stream. Look, did you see when I showed you the market and I showed Bitcoin about to drop to 15.5?
Yes. Oh, dude, I was watching.
Yeah. Okay, cool. 90% of people think Bitcoin's gonna go to 100K, 150K, 200K. Bitcoin could go to $0. Bitcoin could go back to $1 again. That's how serious this shit is. The market is at 50-year highs. For Bitcoin to go any higher, Bitcoin could go from... Go ahead.
Let me throw something in there. Let me throw something about this Bitcoin. See, y'all brought up a good point, because in 2020 when COVID hit, just to give relevance to what he said, it was actually, it was growing. Cryptocurrencies was growing. Like, it was, the blockchain was really at a different fast-paced growing market. You know what I mean? It was digital assets was growing. Banks, money managers, insurance, all types of firms, all types of things was moving. And I think it was at 10 grand. I don't know. I just got to really go back in and look. But it was at its high.
15 and 12.
Yeah, it was at 15. Yeah, 15, 12. So it was at its high. It was really up at a high. It was high up. So he has a point there. And then COVID. You know what I'm saying? And then boom. And then now we in the, you know what I mean? That now it went down and then it's rising back up. So now look how high it rose. So it's like he's making a good point in reference to strategy and money markets and things of that nature. Money
49 to 45, 46 is where Bitcoin was at right before the market got shut down. Then it went to 15. Then when the market opened back up, like just to give you reference, right? Billionaires pay attention to lunar cycles because there's 9 lunar cycles that are significant. 9 lunar cycles, 9 phases of the moon. So when you go and you look, the alpha eclipse that happened in 2019, 2020, while Bitcoin was at 15, gave us reference to push us all the way up to 45, 46. And then when you see how that incline stopped at 73.5, the Omega eclipse that just happened in May caused this big ass drop from 73.5 all the way down to 53 and so on. So it's been dropping, it's been rising since that eclipse in 2019, 2021, and then it's been dropping since May. You see what I'm saying? That's how you pay attention. It didn't stop going up until that next eclipse. That's how you start to look at significant events. And when you start seeing alignment in such a significant events like lunar eclipses and things like that of that nature, who do you think is also thinking about stocks? Like you saw what happened to Walmart. You saw what happened to Facebook stock. You see what I'm saying? All of these different companies, they're bringing it open and they already said that to boost and stimulate the economy, they're bringing Walmart back to 24/7 nationwide. You see what I'm saying? They're also getting rid of they're making a subscription. They're getting rid of self-checkout and making a subscription to where you got to be a Walmart Plus member to even have but the whole point is they're doing a cash grab. They're squeezing any liquidity out of the dollar right now. You see the federal government doesn't have room to go and lower interest rates. They kept them set. They kept them exactly where they're at. And if anything, they're going to be raising interest rates again. Because at the top of the market, you do not have room to raise interest rates at the top of the fucking market. You're supposed to be dropping interest rates, but you can't do that either because that's going to cause economic instability because you raised the fucking printing so much. Right now, they devalue the dollar so much to the point that the dollar could drop 75% in terms of purchasing power in the next 5 years. The dollar was at 114. Now it's got to go all the way back to 61, 71 in terms of DXY valuation. So you have to really think, if the dollar ain't worth shit in the next 5 years, you need to be taking advantage of the spending and purchasing power right now. If they, like, for example, if they're getting rid of fucking Family Dollars and what's it called, Dollar Generals, right? The reason for that is because BRICS nations in alignment are backing their digital yuan by gold, and they're also in the correlation with Saudi Arabia because the petrodollar deal just ended on June 5th of this year. That means that Chinese products are going to become 10 times more expensive than they are right now. That means Family Dollar is going to be a luxury fucking store. You understand? Dollar General is going to be a luxury fucking store. That's what's about to happen. You see what I'm saying? You're going to be fucking looking at, you like, I ain't never seen popcorn go for $10. You know what I'm saying? It's usually $1, $2 type shit. I ain't never seen no shit like that. I ain't never seen no fucking dollar drink go to $10. But that's exactly what's about to happen in terms of economy. You're going to starve to death if you are not paying attention. So get you some rice and beans. You see what I'm saying? Make sure that you understand how to oxygenate fucking store goods.
Get you some sardines.
Yeah, that sardines. Too. Protect yourself from weevils. Because, weevil, because a lot of people don't know about when they stock up. People stocking up for the first time, they don't know about weevils, you feel me? Make sure you protect yourself from weevils or all that other shit. And that's really going to save you, what I just told you. Because if you're not familiar with stocking up, weevils like to get in rice and bags and beans and shit. Bugs and shit like to eat your grains and shit up. Protect your shit up. Make sure that you oxygenate your stored food. Do all of these different things, bro. Make sure that you get some organite. Make sure that you get some radiation protection jewelry. Because if there's radiation in the atmosphere, you see what I'm saying? You're going to be more liable to sickness. But if you have radiation protection and EMF frequency protection, you could protect yourself. You can also get you some medication like some vitamin E, some vitamin D, some vitamin C, all of these different things. You could go about getting you some ginkgo biloba, some ginseng, all of these different things. Like, you have to really think. You have to really think. If you're going to be using your eyes more, you need eye medication. If you're going to have less water, you're going to have shit that's going to keep you hydrated, shit that's going to keep your blood level and your blood sugar up. You see what I'm saying? You have to be thinking about your metabolism. You got to be thinking about all of this different shit. You have to think about medication-based energy. I could go. You can tell I was raised by military parents.
Just don't go too far. Let
I ain't gonna go
too.
Yeah,
bro.
absolutely.
Everybody,
I'm sorry.
Thank you for your submission, bro.
We got about 4 months left. That's why I'm trying to give all this shit to y'all right now. 4 to 5 months.
All right, Mike. What's up, Mike? Speak on that 4 or 5 months, bro. What's up? Bitcoin, man. Bitcoin's where's that? Get your money up.
What I wanted to say was that has everyone been paying attention to the JD Vance? Because he says that he wants to slightly devalue the American dollar. Not as much as Kazi's talking about, but he says it's going to make the American economy a lot more competitive against those cheap Chinese goods.
Yeah, devaluing the dollar, yeah. Repricing it, as a matter of fact.
But he's saying that that's a good thing.
Yes, it is absolutely a good thing. But how it's going to affect people who are not prepared for that and who are not ready to modernize their financial strategies, it's going to be very drastic of a change. It's like going from a job to starting a business in comparison.
Yeah, I think he's talking about things will just get, the Chinese product will become 50% more expensive. It won't be 3 times as expensive.
I think people need to overcome their idea that someone's going to like equalize this, right? How cold this shit really is. Okay, like you gotta be a little fucking shrewd to make it to survive. Like it's not the way we didn't design the system. It's the way it is, man. And you could see how hard it is right now. And it's going to, like Kazi said, these changes affect people that are not prepared, and that is really fucked up because most people don't have the information to be prepared or to do anything about it. But that's just the way it is. It's incumbent upon you to understand what time it is. No one is gonna freaking take care of anybody, man. Even your own family is hard to find sometimes, right? A lot of us are hard pressed to even rely on people that say they love us. So imagine when the shit hits the fan, what matters is most is how sound you are about the situation, and the situation is drastic. It's gonna get real hairy real fucking fast. And if we really care about our neighbors and each other in a community, we're going to have to show it in ways that support actually surviving this shit, because people are going to eat each other alive. I'm telling you, man, it's going to be very bad out here. We already have, during COVID, we saw the first thing of it. Your neighbors will call the fucking authorities on you if you're not vaccinated. That was just the start of how it's going to look. If you're not falling in line with whatever credit system is going to be, right? Because the fallout is going to be so drastic that it's going to have to be some sort of social credit system, because most people are not prepared. Most people are going to be on the wrong side of it. And so societies and civilization is going to be probably really different than what we imagine. And people are going to really bend, to a different level of humanity or to a nature that we've never revealed yet. We're going to be pressed for it, I think. So, I mean, what do we do?
I don't want to fearmonger people, but
but that's just the reality, man.
Think about the underpass of your house, right? Let's just give that for an example. Think about the underpass of your house that you may not use very much, right? Go about getting you some fucking guns. Go about getting you some ammunition. Go about getting you some sturdy blades with sturdy handles. Make sure that you go about getting you plenty of canned goods and resources and things like that of that nature. Make sure that you get a vacuum seal for, dried perishables and all of these different things. Like, right now, while they still have shit in the store, y'all need to be going every day. I'm not talking about cause panic, because when you go and you cause panic, it's not going to be shit for you to buy if everyone follows and sees what you're doing. So you have to go and you have to move smart. You have to buy shit and multiple trips. You see what I'm saying? Make it unnoticeable and start stocking shit up. And don't even tell nobody in your fucking family. Don't tell nobody what you're doing. It should be there, and it should be in the back of your mind, because if somebody else knows a secret, it's not a secret anymore. You see what I'm saying? And then all they have to do is tell somebody else that you don't know knows, and now your shit is compromised. So just move careful, man. Like medication, all of that shit. You cannot trust anybody but yourself right now. You cannot trust anybody but yourself. If this shit falls apart, it's gonna be survival of the fittest. And the only people that you need to be trusting are the people who want to help you survive. And you can't even help. You can't even trust.
I got you, Kazi. I got you, man. Y'all chill out with the fear mongering. I got you. I got the survival. We know the survival mindset. Yeah, I appreciate that strength. What's up, Swab? What's up, man? Speak on the topic, bro.
I want to say something about crypto.
Go ahead, man. Speak on it. Speak on it.
Okay. Yeah. So I noticed that JD Vance is in favor of allowing cryptocurrency, whereas Biden and I think Harris now, the Democratic Party, tend to be more opposed to crypto. They want to regulate crypto more and possibly suppress some forms of crypto. This seems like a pretty major difference between the two parties. What are the arguments for and against? I mean, I suppose you got the people talk about the high carbon emissions from the Bitcoin. What do people think about all this?
Bitcoin mining is no longer high carbon footprint because you can go about generating Bitcoin completely on a virtual private server, and you can generate 24/7 without any mining rig. You can replace a mining rig operation with a brokerage operation, and then there's zero to little carbon footprint.
Actually,
so that's bad.
It's more. I think the Ethereum is the network that have successfully eliminated carbon emissions. But the Bitcoin, even on the private network, you mean someone else has got to do somewhere someone's got to do the calculation.
No, yeah, the trading, like every one of those assets can be traded. So if you have $100,000, right, and you're using the mining operations to be able to generate Bitcoin, or you're using the mining operations to be able to generate Ethereum, it's going to have a high carbon imprint on society. But if you are using $100,000 and then it's compounding itself on a brokerage account, let's just say you generate 10% or you generate 60%. That's one Bitcoin that you generated based off profits without any carbon footprint at all, with no mining rig operation. And that's possible now in the cloud. That's not even on Earth. So you could go about connecting a virtual private server to an expert advisor that works in a cloud server that can generate Bitcoin with no carbon footprint. That's how modern trading. That's how modern firms are operating. They're not using rigs. Rigs are a retail.
I have to admit, I wasn't aware about the cloud mining. But if there's Bitcoin being mined in the cloud, then those cloud computers have to use electricity.
Not as much. It's cloud. It's satellite. It's not computers. These are computer-based satellites that also work on solar-based energy. You see what I'm saying? So satellites don't work on Earth.
The cloud computers are located on planet Earth.
Yeah, yes, but servers. Sir, I understand what you're talking about. In retail servers, I'm talking about not domestic on-base servers, not on planet-based servers. I'm talking about satellites that are completely autonomous and completely separate in how they operate. Like most satellites that are put in space don't have batteries that get replaced. You see what I'm saying? They're solar powered, and then they have servers that are already in space that they are powered by, that have maybe a remote connection here in the United States to information being relayed to it, but it's the computers are connected to it. The satellites are not connected to computers here domestically. We're connected to it. That's why it's a cloud server.
Hey, Trump is going to be in that. Is going to be at that convention conference. I'm in Nashville, that Bitcoin conference, and that's going to be that's going to be a big move because they saying it's going to rally to a new ATH, and that's a big deal.
He wants to do a Bitcoin reserve, U.S. Bitcoin reserve, and that's talking about backing the dollar by Bitcoin.
That's a big deal.
Yeah,
That's a big deal. That's a power move.
Only thing is, right, if he backs the dollar by Bitcoin, then we could be seeing the dollar drop to lows that we haven't seen since the 1930s. 1930s, 1940s, and Bitcoin could also follow suit. Like Bitcoin could go back to $1 per coin, but y'all have to realize that is the only way that Bitcoin can go to $1 million a coin. For it to go to $1 million a coin, it has to go through a massive depreciation in price and grab liquidity. So this would be one of the biggest liquidity grabs that we see in modern history because of the volatility of it as an asset. If Bitcoin stays and it goes from 73, because like the reason that would happen, right, is because we have 700% more unrealized losses in the commercial banking system than we did in 2008. In 2008, we had like $700 million, $900 million in unrealized losses. Now we have what? I think. Well,
maybe I'll just say something. I was going to say, instead of using Bitcoin to back the dollar, why not just use gold? It seems a lot more certain and stable.
Well, the thing is, I'm gonna be real with you. You have to give that people. If you buy gold, people want to say, "Where's my gold?" They want it. It's a tangible thing. They want to have it. So it's good to do that, but people buying gold, they got to store it.
Well, what I mean,
they got to find places to store.
The American government stores that in Fort Knox.
People keep saying that there's no gold there. They're saying there's no gold there, but I don't believe it. I believe the gold is still there. Why would they move it? You know what I mean? It's big as it's secure.
Given the current gold price, there's not enough gold to back the dollar. There's just too much dollar out there. If they really don't want to do that, actually, if they're talking about it, there's a possibility. The World Bank has a paper. There's a possibility that they have to reprice the gold in order to back the dollar. Currently, the gold on the Fed's account is the historical value. So it's a cap like $40 something per ounce. That's the old price. Bernanke was not Bernanke. I think Bernanke at one point was asked the question, is gold considered money? He said no. So they still have to, if they're honest, they still supposedly they still have the gold, but they have to reprice the gold, largely increase the price of the gold to give Federal Reserve the account on their balances. So in order to use gold to back part of the dollar, they can't totally use gold to back the dollar. If they go back to gold currency, gold standard, they can't do the monetary policy anymore. They can't manage the money. And they don't want to do that. Basically, they can't do that.
That's a good point.
What I want to know is what do people think about the Democrats trying to regulate crypto? Because what they're arguing is that they think that crypto is harmful because it's not generating any prosperity. Is that about? What do people think about?
Think about what? You gotta be clear. What you say? Think about.
Well, because you got people like J.D. Vance who think that crypto is a good thing for society, and whereas you got people like Joe Biden, he's still the president, and he thinks that crypto shouldn't be. It should be suppressed a bit and regulated. And the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, is trying to not allow certain kinds of crypto, and some people think that it promotes financial instability. What do people think? Is that a valid argument?
If you look at any government, right, one of the core power and the function is to regulate money. If they can't even regulate money, there's hardly anything that they can do because they need the money to put all the government programs, right? So if you look at function of cryptos, right? Who's really need of cryptos? It's the dark side of the society, right? People don't want the money to be tracked. So it really goes back to the core how the society want to manage their money and make it convenient and useful in the daily functions.
like money laundering. It's true, crypto is used a lot for money laundering. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, people don't want the traceability of the money. If you're legitimate, you're earning money and spend it, you don't really need crypto, right? What function does it provide?
It's not used for money laundering. Bitcoin's completely transparent.
That's not true. That's an all or nothing statement.
I think I heard someone say that Monero is much better for money laundering than Bitcoin.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's right. So the best money laundering uses crypto, not necessarily Bitcoin, but other kinds of crypto.
I mean, money laundering's been happening with diamonds too. I mean, if somebody wants to pay somebody to get hit, somebody's not going to pay you in cash that could be traced to a serial number. I'm not going to teach you how to get away with murder, right? But people would use diamonds for the transaction. They wouldn't use cash. Right. They wouldn't use Bitcoin because it has an electric signature. It has an electronic signature attached to it.
But now they're saying that it's better to use Monero than diamonds because with Monero you can give it to someone electronically. You don't have to physically meet them. And if you physically meet with someone, that's dangerous.
No, check it out, right? I'm sitting here saying a little bit too much. Say for example, right? If I give you a specific location and I send you an encrypted message that has a deciphered understanding to that location, and then you go pick up those diamonds, I know that you went to that location, and then from a distance, I could have somebody watching you to go pick up those diamonds to make sure that you're the right person, you went and followed procedure. You're not going to get away from somebody that's spending in diamonds, right? They probably have the resources to track you down. But if somebody does give you diamonds, then you could pick those up. And how would somebody trace them back to you once they're in your possession? You see what I'm saying? I don't have to hand it off to you.
But the thing is, with that stuff you're talking about with the safe drop, where you send someone a secret location, etc. The person who's collecting the diamonds they're scared that someone's watching them at that location. Like there's a long lens camera looking at them. Whereas with Monero,
Michael, if somebody is a hitman and they're going to pick up diamonds, I don't think they're scared.
Yeah, but you see, with Monero, you don't even have that problem at all. You see why they like Monero?
Yeah, I understand it because it's completely anonymous.
Yeah, you see, it's much better. Also, imagine if someone was ordering a hit on someone that was
across the world, right?
A long way away. Yeah, much easier.
Modern diamond transactions of Monero. But yeah, Bitcoin's not used for trafficking or anything else like that. I could understand if you had your Bitcoin set up like anonymously through a foreign trust, like that's what I do, right? But most people don't operate like that. Most people don't know how to anonymize their assets anyway. But, imagine you have a shell company that's operating and conducting transactions in Monero. It would never trace back to you anyway. But yeah, let's not talk about money laundering because replays are on. Crypto inventors backing up Trump, Kamala next president. Yeah, because that administration is actually pro-crypto. Any administration or monetary system that supports decentralization of modern economy or decentralization of political involvement, I think that's important. Like, think about it, right? What would you guys prefer? Would you prefer decentralized voting, where you have KYC-based voting protocol on blockchain based on transaction, or would you rather fucking paper ballots? Think about that.
That's a good question. In some countries, I think most people are a little bit scared of, like with paper ballots, like how they have the scrutineers, you can see what's going on. People trust paper ballots, so I think they're just going to continue having paper ballots.
Let me tell you the inconsistency with paper ballots, okay, Michael? Do you live in America?
No, I do not live in America.
Okay, so let me tell you how this.
However, I have lived in America.
Okay, so let me tell you how this last election went. There were so many people that came out to vote, right? That there were mile-long lines. You understand? And because of the ballots and the computers glitching up and everything else like that, they said there was a lot of problems. There was a lot of issues because the technology was outdated, right? When you use paper ballots, let's just say I wanted to pay you $100,000, right? If I wanted to pay you $100,000, and then I had the day before went to Staples and I printed out a bunch of fucking paper ballots that had Biden's name on them, and then they were blank with signatures. All I'd have to do is take those signatures and put them in myself, line by line. And because they have Biden's name on it, there's no real verification to verify those signatures. There's no real verification to verify those votes. You see what I'm saying? Unless there's a recount, unless there's a revalidation. But if I can submit fraudulent votes with fraudulent signatures, if I can replace and burn real organic votes, let's just say, for example, you vote. Let's say Christopher and Michael. Michael's votes, people actually stood in line for hours to vote for Michael, right? But instead, before those votes got there, Christopher hired somebody like me for $100,000 to get 1 million paper ballots to substitute Michael's voters. And then he hired somebody to sign in those signatures, right? To be able to replace those ballots and then burn Michael's votes. So now it only looks like Christopher got votes. That's exactly what happened with this last election. So paper ballots literally opens the door for corruption. It opens the door.
Actually, in the United States, correct me if I'm wrong, but in some places you actually use a very clever system where you have a computer where people vote on the computer, and it prints out a little paper slip which goes into.
Hold on, Michael. That's what I'm saying to you, right? When we have the House of Representatives takes in consensus-based votes based off the demographic of people who live in said state, even if they're not citizens. So consider the fact that 19 million people have entered the country illegally under the Biden administration, right? And the House of Representatives appoint chairs based on how many people live in that state. So now there are 30 more seats on the House of Representatives representing Democrats because there are 19 million illegals that have come into the country. If there were not 20 million additional people, there would be 30 less seats representing Democrats in the House of Representatives.
Well, it is true that I think there were some cases where some non-citizens somehow managed to do a vote, but those people were complete idiots because when the government checked their names against the list of citizens, they were found out and they got in trouble. And,
no, they didn't get in trouble.
I thought they did.
No, Biden stayed in office. He's still in office, and they stole the election.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
So if we wanted to bypass, what I'm pretty much saying is, like, I'm gonna put a link in the chat, right? I want you to check this out for me. I want you to look into this for a second. I want you guys to really think about decentralized voting, because I literally posted on Twitter just recently. I said, here's an idea, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. Why don't we introduce decentralized voting? So I put this link in the chat just now, and it actually breaks it down. It says, why not blockchain voting or KYC-based voting? Just a thought. And then I did a full breakdown as how it would work, right? So the pros to this is this, right? There's transparency because blockchain technology ensures that each vote is recorded on a public ledger, making it impossible to alter or delete votes without detection. This transparency can build trust in the electoral process. Security, decentralized nature of blockchain makes it highly secure against cyber attacks. So they can't blame Russia for this one. Each vote is encrypted and linked to the previous vote, creating a chain that's very difficult to tamper with. And it's a mutable record, so once a vote is recorded on the blockchain, it can't be changed. It actually protects the integrity of the voter results. The efficiency, blockchain voting can be streamlined the election process, reducing the time it takes to count votes and announce results. The automation of vote tallying can minimize human errors and delays. And KYC
how do you get
integration.
Around voter registration, ID theft, or fraud, meaning identity.
That's what we're. Thank you. KYC integration. Implementing Know Your Customer KYC procedures ensures that only eligible voters can participate. KYC can prevent voter fraud by verifying the identity of each voter before they cast their vote.
Kazi, you're a genius and you're Republican. It's unbelievable.
But think about it.
There is a problem. I want to tell you about a problem with our system. Like,
go ahead. With that system.
With that system. You see, with a paper system, we can guarantee, we have anonymity because you get given a ballot paper and then, like, people can't see who you voted for. With your system, with the blockchain, we want to preserve the anonymity where they can't see who you voted for. Now, there may be some very clever techniques that can be used.
Hold on. That's the problem. If we don't have transparency, then we allow corruption.
Are you in favor of anonymity of the vote, where people don't know who you voted for?
No, I am not. There should not be an anonymous vote.
Oh, I see.
There should not be an anonymous vote.
Okay, that's very interesting. You understand the current electoral system in almost every country, or not every country, but most countries, is that it's a secret who you voted for.
That's the problem.
Oh,
so let's talk about the cons, right? Because I also broke that down in the link. The technical complexity. Implementing a blockchain-based voting system requires significant technical expertise and infrastructure. The complexity of the system can be a barrier to widespread adoption. Every single complexity and every single con, I've broke it down and provide solutions to that in the same tweet. So the digital divide, not all citizens have equal access to the internet or the necessary technology to participate in blockchain voting. This digital divide can defranchise certain voter groups, particularly those in rural low-income areas. So I'm gonna tell you the solutions to this. Privacy concerns, like you just spoke about, regulatory and legal challenges. The implementation of blockchain voting will require changes in election laws and regulations. Navigating the legal landscape can be a lengthy and complex process. Public trust and understanding. For blockchain voting to be successful, the public needs to trust and understand the new technology. There is often skepticism about new technologies, and extensive public education campaigns will be necessary. An example of professional implementation in this scenario: consider a hypothetical state, Colombia, where blockchain voting with KYC is implemented for state elections. The state partners with a reputable blockchain company to develop the voting platform. Pre-election phase, voters register on platform, completing KYC verification through a secure mobile app. Okay, so secure mobile app. Their identities are verified using government-issued IDs and biometric data. Voting phase on election day, voters log into their app, verify their identity, and cast their vote privately. Each vote is recorded on the blockchain, ensuring it is immutable and publicly verifiable. Post-election phase, results are tallied automatically, published on the blockchain, allowing anyone to verify the counts. Any discrepancies can be quickly identified and addressed due to transparency of the system. The pros in this scenario is that it increased voter confidence. The transparency and security of the system build trust among voters, and it actually increases participation. Quick results. Results are available almost immediately after the polls close, and reduce fraud. KYC verification ensures only eligible voters can participate. Access issues, there's a few cons in the scenario, but when you think some voters, particularly like we just spoke about, legal adjustments and things like that of that nature, multi-platform compatibility, voting platforms should be available on multiple devices, including smartphones, tablets, and desktops. A responsive design ensures a seamless experience across all devices. This is like designing the ideal user interface. All that good shit, right? The user journey, the pros of the approach, and everything else.
Okay. Well, I guess, look, I actually think that your suggestion would work, because if everything's totally transparent, for example, but just if we...
Yeah, but when did you ever see anything totally transparent? Again, that's an all or nothing statement. Nothing is totally transparent.
Blockchain is transparent.
Let me just explain what I mean by this.
It's not transparent when there's identity theft.
There is no identity theft on blockchain, brother.
Let me just let's
think about what you just said. There's no identity theft on blockchain. That again is an all or nothing statement. Be careful of all or nothing statements. That's my point. Sorry, go ahead.
On decentralized blockchains where there is no KYC, yes, there can be exploits. Yes,
but you can still track back who that exploit came from.
Will people have to turn up physically somewhere and present identification in order to vote or not?
I know, but this is like saying
you can do it
gangbangers
from an
aren't going to get
application.
illegal guns. If you want to commit a crime with a gun, you're going to get a gun. Criminals don't give a fuck, and that's the point about identity theft, is nothing is transparent when identity theft is always a threat.
Okay.
But how can someone steal your ID if it can only be used once to vote?
It's actually, like people who file their tax returns and they find out they already filed their tax return. You're like, what the fuck? And then somebody else got your refund.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's just say, for example, you have one time you can vote throughout the year with your identification. Like there's a 0 out of 1 slot that's filled until you vote, and once you vote, it becomes filled 1 out of 1 slot, right? So on your ID, if we use it for KYC-based voting in this type of process, your ID can only be used one time. So if you vote, it is recorded that you've already voted. Nobody can use your ID or steal your ID or your identity to vote on your behalf.
That's a good point. What if someone finds a list of people who they know never vote and vote for them?
They can't, because you'd have to verify their ID. And the IDs in the state are not issued to you. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I have another problem. Let's say we have no problems with identity theft, etc. And for some reason, that's all just fine, right? Now, you have high transparency so that I can go and look up who anyone voted for. I can find out who you voted for. I can find out whether you voted for Trump or Harris. I can vote. You think that's okay?
Wait, Michael. And I want you to ask yourself, what does it matter who you voted for? People talk about it anyway.
Okay, I'll explain that. Go ahead. Like in many countries, they make it illegal for someone to take a picture of their own ballot paper to prove who they voted for, because in many countries, especially in African countries where everything's corrupt, there will be some people who will actually pay people to vote for a particular thing. So imagine if you can confirm that someone voted for a particular candidate, you can say, look, everyone who voted for this candidate will give you $5. And there's a lot of people, $5 doesn't sound like much money, but there's a lot of people who'll take the $5.
That's already happening, Michael. That's already happening now.
It's not happening in America.
Hold on. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about reconstructing the voter registration process and the legality of how it's regulated, how voting is regulated in this country. So say, for example, somebody tries to influence an election. You see what I'm saying? There is no influencing an election if you are outside a political campaign, or you could be charged with a felony. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
if you're not,
just that,
different things like that.
Verified. If you have a 100% solid way of verifying who someone voted for, right, then you can reliably offer to pay the money based on who they voted for. That has happened in some countries, and it's why most countries now try to make it impossible to be certain who someone voted for.
Well, think of it like this, Michael. People have brought 19.6 million non-citizens into this country, right? And for them to come into this country, the Biden administration created an app to speedline the process. The Democratic Party created a Democratic app to speedline the process for 19 million non-citizens to come into the country, so they can become citizens at an expedited process. So they can become
the vote. There you
right. We can ensure the Democratic vote for 19 million people. So that's already happening. But what we can do is, instead of allowing shit like that to happen, we could actually create a secondary application that primarily is in responsibility for the presidential campaign, the presidential vote. And now only fucking citizens can vote. So there's 20 million Americans that just came into or 20 million people that just came into the fucking country. They cannot participate in the election process because they have no ID as a citizen. They are not a citizen. You see what I'm saying? Now, the issue becomes, how do we get 20 million fucking people who are not citizens IDs? Is what the Biden administration or the Democratic administration is going to run into an issue. Then trying to expedite the process for them to get citizenship and all this other shit starts to become a question, and that's why Project 2025 and a massive deportation becomes a conversation at hand. Because if you have these people that are inside of your house, and they are fucking controlling the outcome of your elections, they control the outcome of your economy.
Hey, Kazi, real quick, you said
The Biden administration brought 20 million people in this country.
18.6 million over the past 3.5 years. Yep.
I think that's lies right there.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's true. That's how many people have crossed the border since Biden has come into office.
In Chicago, they're about to dump 25,000 illegal immigrants into the streets before the DNC, maybe even more. They're already in the buses headed to Chicago. It's in the news. They're dumping them in Chicago because of the DNC.
That's 25,000 though. He said 20 million.
No, brother.
All right, come on, wait, hold on. Don't go back and forth with this back and forth. The brother said it. So what? If you don't believe it, move on, bro. Come on now. Don't this back and forth. He's right, you're wrong. Come on, man.
It's public information. It's the size of 9 states. That's how many illegals have come into the country under the Biden administration.
That's a lot, but at least 10% of the population is illegal, which is at least 30 million.
That's correct. Because they said 18.6 is have recorded were actually came through the border, right? And there's a lot more that got away. So if you think about 20 to 30% of that number alone, that's how many people got away. 2 to 3 million people, if not more than that, got away, and we're not recorded a part of that 18.6.
Well, so you don't want people coming here or what?
No, I don't.
Well, that's kind of fucked up.
How is it fucked up? No. Let me explain something. First and foremost,
let him get his point.
Go ahead, Donald. Make your point. Make your point, Donald.
Let me hear why you don't want nobody. Why you think people should come in here, Donald?
You should come here legally. You should be able to come here. This is not your land.
Okay, I agree. Yeah, I agree on that point. Okay, I agree.
Yeah, legally.
Okay. Wait, Trump. Wait. Let me ask you this, Donald. So if they make it legal through a new app that the Biden administration, and he says, hey, we're going to welcome 20 million we're going to welcome 20 million people that we have not vetted. We haven't done any background checks for. They've been released as violent felons from prisons and institutions in their third world countries. And then they come here and we're supposed to give them a fresh start to live amongst society. That sounds perfect. Let's just let 20 million motherfuckers that didn't have a position in their own economy and society, and let's just think that they're going to sit here and be at the bottom of the totem pole in society. No, they're going to replace your jobs. They're going to replace your votes. They're going to replace your businesses. That's exactly what's going to happen. What do you mean? You have to think.
No, I know where you're coming from, but when you see you're using a broad brush, you say 20 million people came here and they're all felons and criminals.
No. I said they are releasing thousands of violent criminals amongst that populace of people. Jewish charitable organizations are letting these people come into the country and paying $3 million to have bus loads. Yes. Jewish influence. Yes. Charitable organizations. Yes.
Jewish.
When you go and you see it, please stop the clown shit. When you go and you look at Jewish charities, helping people get across the border, they are part of the problem.
But what makes them Jewish? That's what I want to know.
Are you saying they're Jews, or are you saying they're Jewish, like they're a little Jew, like you know what I mean?
There's no such thing as a Jew that identifies from Israel. Israelites are Jews. Jewish people are not Jews. The people of Israel are not Jews. They represent themselves as Jewish people.
What are they?
The people in the charitable organizations.
Let's get back on what we is talking about. We was just speaking about all the immigrants that came over to the country, Donald. And if you wasn't reading the border crisis, if you wasn't on like any news articles about how many people came over the border crisis road, then you missed out. There's been that's 20 million is what they got recorded. It's way more than that, good brother. Way more than that.
If it's 400,000 a month, that's 5 million a year. 4 years is 20 million.
Trump, I got you. Stop getting emotional, senses. I mean, let's just have a conversation. So, Donald, you absolutely are incorrect with what you say, because we can sit here and pull up the stats and tell you how much. Like, they lying about the stats. That's on them. We can just tell you what's coming over now. These people are coming over illegally. It's an open. Biden had the border open, so they're coming over here illegally. To be honest with you, not even legally. He got an open border policy, but guess what? They go in all these states and getting benefits that the Americans should be getting. This is not just fucking so we pulling this out of ass. This is actual facts. So
Wait,
what
then,
you saying? Hold on, Cosby. I got you. So Donald, what you said, we don't want to hear that shit, bro. It's not even a point where you just disagreeing. You just don't want to accept the facts. So go ahead, Cosby.
No, hey, can you?
Go ahead. It's on Cosby, good brother. It's on Cosby.
I just Googled.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say, go ahead, Donald.
I was just gonna say, I Googled 20 million under Biden administration, some vague keyword, and nothing came up.
It's 18.6 million to be specific. Just because it didn't come up under a Google search does not mean it's not happening. Be more specific. Do your scholarship.
Can you provide some sources?
Donald.
I just did.
You just brought up Google, my nigga. Google of all places, bro. We're not Google.
Matter of fact, you could pull up BitChute. You can go look up Rumble. You can go to fucking Truth Social. Those are real uncensored platforms. When you look up Google, Google is not an American company. Google is not an American company. They are located in Bermuda.
Who owns Google? Who owns Google?
A Bermuda organization owns Google, not an American organization.
I thought it was Alphabet.
The Alphabet company is located in the Bermuda Triangle.
No, their tax base is in Ireland.
In Ireland, yes, but their headquarters is in Bermuda. Google is.
Well, the fact is, Elon Musk is now fighting Larry Page and Sergey Brin because they do have dark plans. I'm a former employee of Google, and they terminated me because I looked up Alex Jones while at work when they deplatformed him from YouTube. They are an evil organization. They're a socialist, communist, Marxist, fascist, terroristic organization, and we all give it up to them every single day because they are the world communication platform. YouTube is the biggest censorship operation in human history. They control the thought consciousness of the population by censoring, by deleting. You can't talk about the vaccine. And I know some of you are vaccinated, and I'm sure you regret it and got sour grapes because you found out that it didn't actually do anything for you. It was a sterilization cocktail, has nothing to do with fighting some China virus. It's all about depopulation. And if you are vaccinated, you are a part of that experiment, which Google and Facebook helped get you vaccinated because they promoted it through the teeth. They took all the money from Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, and Fauci and CDC. You're living in Prison Planet. Alex Jones is a patriot. If you hate Alex Jones, you hate yourself and you want to die. That's the facts.
Is that the guy who denied the Sandy Hook shooting?
Yeah.
And he got sued and almost went bankrupt.
He is bankrupt. The fact is, there are character actors, there are crisis actors. The CIA is real. They get $30 billion of your taxpayer dollars a month. $30 billion to do what? To do what? To lie to you, to fool you, to trick you, to run you. You're just a slave.
Wait, let's not go too far, right?
That's not too far. This country was not set up. This country was set up for freedom. You're living in a tyranny. You're living in a treasonous state of mind. You're living in a deception, a mass communication hypnosis.
We could be more specific and say House Joint Resolution 192.
Listen, they killed Kennedy, they pulled off 9/11, they did COVID-19, they vaccinated you. It's all a giant anti-American propaganda scam to try to kill you. It's the deep state.
That's correct. Now, we're not going to get into conspiracy. We're going to speak on historical fact. House Joint Resolution 192 disbanded the United States government. The United States of America-based government, the Continental Congress of America. After you see the overseers that came from the north to the south, those were not congressmen, those were not censored. They were self-appointed legislators that then took control of the House through a 2/3 majority vote. And then they created every other policy that you now know. The Senate did not. The founding fathers ended this war between the U.S. government and the U.S. people in 1930s. And ever since then, since they did this, since they abolished slavery and things like that of that nature, the emancipation does not mean to free of control. It means to be free from the hand. You see what I'm saying? So they monetized and created slavery by creating the North and creating the South. And they divided them by two Rothschild brothers to be able to fight the greenback. after the 1933 House Joint Resolution of 1932, that actually was a few days after that, Abraham Lincoln was murdered. He was shot in the back of his head. And we all know that story. And that was about the greenbacks. Later on, the Federal Reserve was created. And the dollar was taken off the gold standard maybe 20, 30 years after that. You see what I'm saying? So when you really look at how everything has happened, because the Federal Reserve has been implemented. The Federal Reserve is not a federal organization at all. And when you go and you look, the Federal Reserve is directly responsible for funding World Health Organization, for funding every other fucking, United Nations-based protocol, the UN, and everything in regards to implementing, shutting down these economies and everything else.
The Federal Reserve during COVID-19 took on the responsibility of becoming the global bank. And that's the truth, is they are the global bank because people do want to get into this country. Because if you think this country sucks, just go travel and you'll see how fucked up shit is internationally. That is real fascism. That is real terror. That is real tyranny. You can't, if you're a woman in Iran, you can't even expose your hair. They'll kill you. Like, that's crazy. I know that's a bad example, but the fact is, this country, the founders left it all in writing for you. If you read your Constitution and you know your Constitution, you have an advantage over everyone else that does not know the founding documents. This is your charter. This is your philosophy. This is your soul. Know the founders, know the documents, and you will free yourself and you'll free America.
Just to play devil's advocate, these founding fathers, were they slave owners?
I'm just saying, look at the paperwork, and you tell me if you want to talk about the paperwork instead of the history of sex and violence and abuse and terror. We can talk about slavery all you want, but read the documents at least and talk about what's on paper, not what's in your head. Because what's in your head is propaganda and misinformation and hypnosis. You've been hypnotized. You're a free man. It doesn't matter if you're the descendant of a slave. You are a free man. I mean, you have to read the documents.
I'm a descendant of a slave, but I'm saying, what I'm saying is, they say, you're free and all that, with equal opportunity and all that, but back then, a lot of people were slaves. So what about them? So
it doesn't matter. There's only this thing called the now. That's all there is. N-O-W. I hate to tell you that, but the history hypnosis won't work on me. You can do all the history hypnosis you want, but I will tell you this: you're a free man now. What makes you free is the fact that you can come on this gay app and talk whatever nonsense you want. That proves you're free. But once censorship is completely installed, that is when your freedom disappears, because there's a maxim that says, "Thou art a slave. Free speech is not for thee." If you have free speech, you're not a slave. You can hypnotize other people who are enslaved by another hypnosis.
I don't know, man. I found out that George Washington, he was a big slave owner, Thomas Jefferson, and all that. It's kind of,
it doesn't matter. That's a hypnosis. They are dead. You are alive. That's all that matters. That's all that's real. What you're saying is thoughts, which are memories. That's not what's real. This apple that I'm about to eat, this beer that I'm about to crack, this pizza that I'm about to eat, my car that I'm about to get in, the boat that I own, these are real things. What you're doing is word game. Word game should be focused. It should be concentrated and intelligent. History is a lie. There is no past and there is no future. There's only this eternal situation called N-O-W. That is the truth of the G-O-D. That's why I say you got to be a spiritual troll to one-up political trolls. There's no other way to defeat these political liars unless you go super psychologically spiritual. You have to be the God that you love. You have to be the freeman that you want to be. You have to read the documents. The Freemasons that started this country know enlightenment. They were gurus. They were the life coach you're looking for, because it's all on your dollars. The symbol of the all-seeing eye in the pyramid is an ancient symbolism for you. That's what you're trying to figure out. You are still brainwashed. You are the king in that PTR. You see what I'm saying, Donald? That's really you. You are King Solomon. You are King David. You are the God in the paperwork. but you are being lied to every day to convince you that you are not very important, that you have to contribute to some type of democracy. Those are lies. Anyways, Donald Trump, your president, is complete.
Okay. Why y'all? What? Why y'all letting this white man speak like this? Is this a white man?
I'm a black woman. I converted to black woman 20 years ago.
Oh, okay. So this is a wannabe. All right.
God is a black woman. You are the truth, Rosalie Frida.
Yeah. Absolutely cool. You were talking about slavery and brainwashed. What was your point there again? So I can.
There's this thing called the eternal now. The past and the future do not exist in the real world now.
But it's in the bloodline, right? It's in our bloodline, right? Why wouldn't we acknowledge the past? That I know my bloodline. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't have that slave shit, unfortunately. But it's still I'm melanin, and fuck ancestry, anything. So who knows? Why would we want to erase and forget about what the fuck our ancestors did?
Hypnosis. It's limited.
Because you just said that basically.
Wait, you're not the descendant of a slave. How are you going to tell descendants of slaves how to think?
I'm speaking my opinion, and you're speaking your bullshit opinion, right?
Okay, so my bullshit opinion is bigger bullshit.
It's my opinion that is a bullshit opinion for sure.
Real quick. Trump, I think this is what you were on about. You said immigrants coming to this country, like who was speaking, I believe she's Somalian. She's come here and now she's going against you. You let her in your
I'm not going against anybody. I'm asking questions.
No, I'm just
so where are you from?
Once you study
from what I recall, y'all was shipped here.
What I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen,
with a bad deal.
Room, is that if I'm not a Freemason, but I
don't give a fuck about a Freemason. You're not a Freemason. Why are you speaking on it?
Okay, I'm just gonna let you talk. Go
you
ahead.
Can't really.
Hold on. We're gonna stick with the topic, Jay.
What's the topic?
Yeah, right there.
Because I don't.
Yeah, we're
what's the topic?
We ain't throwing everybody off. Everybody gonna leave out the room and shit.
What's the topic?
Well, she's a little hostile. I gotta admit.
No, I'm just asking what's the topic because I heard slavery and stuff like that.
I was talking to Trump about.
It's crypto. It's the topic is crypto investing, backing up Trump, and it, you know what I'm saying, and slash Camelo next president.
Okay, so that means that you're brainwashed and stuck in the past. That has something to do with the topic, because he just said that.
Listen, it doesn't have to be tangential. He's trying to reset the room.
No, I asked him. I did not ask you. I asked him. He just said that brainwashed and that slavery and we're stuck in the past. Mikey, he just said that. Did it have anything to do with the topic? Did I relate to the topic?
Why do you have such a bad attitude?
No, I'm just asking.
Right now. Can we talk about the topic right now?
Oh, exactly. You fucking men are weak as fuck.
Oh.
Why is she so?
Yeah, man. Why y'all letting this go on, man?
Just fucking up the whole rotation and shit. Like, come on, man.
Listen, crypto are backing Trump because crypto investors.
Shit up, especially I'm opening this shit back up. Just come up in here with some fucking shit. Like, God damn.
Let me try to get back on topic. The fact is, crypto investors are backing Trump because they know that Trump is the friend to the assassins. The assassins.
No, go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that crypto knows and Trump knows that they are aligned in the sense that the assassin, aka Michael Crooks, is essentially a psyoped young man on behalf of the deep state. The deep state being the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the world. This is not just a monopoly here in the United States of America. The Federal Reserve offices throughout the world work with all major governments, and they fund operations internationally and nationally through debt creation. Your dollars are slave dollars. They're not gold. They're not silver. It didn't come out of the earth. It came out of a fiction. It came out of a lie. It came out of a misinformation and a disinformation. Trump, because of the assassination, is now essentially because it didn't work, he's really fucked up psychologically in the sense now he's like, Jesus Christ, like they want to kill me, meaning they as in the global consciousness on the left, which is essentially, you could just look at the list of billionaires and know that a lot of these people want him dead because they know they're going to get a lot more money out of the Federal Reserve. If the left comes to power, if Kamala Harris comes to power, the Federal Reserve will issue the central bank digital currency and administer that to all the major global banks and to all the U.S. major banks, which is J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America, and let's say 100 other banks. But what we have to understand is, in a world of fake money, Pfizer is a bank, Google is a bank, Apple is a bank. These are all essentially banking institutions, all based off of the dollar, which is completely controlled by a private mafia organization that has a federal charter, and it's a giant scam. It's fake money paying for woke shit. And the fact is, we don't need a standing army in the size that we have. We need to demilitarize. We need to even detechnicalize, meaning that the national security surveillance state, aka Google and Facebook and even Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is funded by the CIA, the founders of this faggot app, Paul and that other faggot, what's the faggot's name? Joe Armenia, another faggot, all LGBTQ high score on the Gaydex, okay? I have something, it's called the Gaydex. It's part of the EGI BlackRock program where I individually rate faggots, and I call them gay, or you're more gay or less gay, but you're high on the gay. It's called the Gaydex. Anyways, it's a startup I have. My point is, in a world of fake money and fake corporations, just play the game, everybody. You know, don't get angry. Just play their game, and you're going to win with them because they themselves are stupid. Just know that your enemy is dumber than you can possibly imagine. And you can lie to them, and you can manipulate them in the same way that they are lying to you and manipulating you. It goes both ways, ladies and gentlemen. This is Donald Trump, your president, and I am complete. Now, I apologize if that was controversial or provocative or insensitive or a major emotional mood swing, even worse. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, vote Trump and go to the gym. I am complete. I hope I was succinct.
Hey, Trump, have you checked out the Robert Kennedy and what you think about his promotions and agenda?
Gun grabber. He wants to take your guns and enslave you even more. The point is, I mean, yes, he's a good man. He's the man. He's the guy. He's the right guy for the job. But do you think he stands a chance in the most corrupt system? Absolutely not. He's not going to win. I mean, it's Kamala and J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker wants to be president after Kamala if Kamala can't handle the job for 4 years. The system is totally fucked up. Trump, because of this assassination, makes him even more dangerous to the system because the system tried to kill him. Now he wants to kill the system. That's what we hope and pray for, but chances are he's going to make bad decisions like he did the first time around.
So Trump is definitely not a saver or not a person that can solve the problem. So if that's the case, meaning that both the Democrat and the Republican are now no good on their candidates, why not pick an independent? Even though it may not win, but it will show at least protest to the current system, right? Hopefully next election will be somebody coming out independent and possibly can lead the move.
Yeah, it's possible that in like some insane scenario, Kennedy becomes president, meaning that like he gets installed. Because the president, in many ways is surrounded or chosen, and the Electoral College is not the only system in place. So Kennedy could rise to power and become the president of this country. It's totally within the realms of possibility. I wouldn't discount it. You know, so Kennedy is essentially the third party candidate of everyone's dreams because he has injected himself into the national consciousness. And prior to his announcement to candidacy, no one even knew he was alive. But he seems to be the right solution and right choice for this country. And the thing about presidencies is assassinations. If you look at the list of U.S. presidents who have been assassinated or had attempts on their lives, and you really look at assassinations and the environment surrounding the assassination, the big takeaway is that, I mean, I would just quote Michael Corleone, from The Godfather, when he says, if history has taught us anything, it's that you can kill anyone. And so that's why I say assassinations go both ways. And you never, you could come to power and have like a 30-day run and then get assassinated. So what I'm saying is that's why Kennedy might rise to power, is because the country will go with whoever is next in line, meaning that Kennedy has already put forth the effort and the marketing campaign at scale to get into everybody's head. And that, you have to get in their heads. And he has done that. Kamala is now doing that. And she will probably succeed at it because she is completely aligned with Google, completely aligned with Facebook. And they are more than excited to have a presidential candidate in Kamala Harris because she will do what they want her to do. Anything Google says, and they will be in that, and they will be in the White House 30 days a week. Facebook will be in the White House 30 days a week. BlackRock will be in the White House 30 days a week. The major corporate interests of the United States of America will run the country through Kamala perfectly, as if she was the best steward of corporate power you could ever possibly imagine. She will do anything and everything. She will go out of her way to make the most minute requests for every single major corporation that just wants more power and more money and more slavery and more servitude and more destitution. Anyways, Donald Trump, your president, is complete. I hope I was succinct.
Hey, I'd like to chime in. I've been listening. Sorry to be a fly on the wall, though, but I like to listen. I'm like, wow, there's some serious crap going down. I heard 911 also mentioned in the line of Trump. You guys in the numerology or in the numbers, and believe the numbers can be aligned. Food for thought. Donald Trump was the 45th president. 5 plus 4 is 9. He's supposedly going to be the 47th president. 4 plus 7 is 11. 911. I leave that there. If we go a little deeper into those type of numbers, we never leave two numbers stand alone. But if you know symbolism, you can align all that with it. But 1 + 1 would be 2, which means 92. You can also align 1992. Look at the year 1992, at the end of 92. 1992. If you look at world events in 1992, you can see it somewhat is aligned with what's going on today. Look at world events or major events in 1992. You can even go back to 1892, and you'll see key words in world events or major events in 1892 that's similar to what's going on today. To make a long story short, to a certain point, the powers that be are pretty predictable because we always say, it repeats itself, and we're talking in 10-year cycles. And so if you look at that, it just comes right back around. And sometimes we sit back and look and think and say, do they really think we that goddamn stupid? You know what I'm saying? It's like, do they think, do they know what they're actually saying to us to the point of like, do we actually believe that? It's not to the point that they think we're stupid. It's just that they just repeating themselves and saying the same thing over and over and over again, regardless if they throwing it all up in their face. It's like they're just throwing it up in their face. Yeah. Because it's not designed to change. It's designed to be repeated. So not to the point they think it's stupid. It's just going to come back around. To a certain point, it's almost predictable. But there's a timeline and there's a number line, and all that stuff connects together. I just want to share that. Now chime back in. Thank you.
Thrust the soul through the golden fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token.
Well, I tell you, man, that Kamala Harris is something else. They already ripping her to pieces on the internet. I mean, not on talk shows. Ladies they talk about she got this laugh, and they think it's a mental illness because she laughs just out of nowhere, or in combination of her explaining herself, she just starts laughing, and they're like, "Where's the laugh coming from?" So they call her laughing Kamala, or now they're saying lying Kamala. So it's getting out of control, man.
Like the Joker.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, just keep laughing. Just like that, yep. Laughing, just like how you laugh, like laugh, yep. Just like laugh, yep. You doing this shit right now. You just laughing for no reason.
I was laughing at you, man. Come on, man. Don't throw me around Kamala, man. Don't do that to me, man.
Like Kamala. But you say Kamala? Oh, don't say Kamala. Oh, God. If you say Kamala, oh, no. You know that's racism. You calling her the N-word. Calling her a nigger. You know that, right? You know, that's the thing now. They say it's politically correct if you mispronounce her name and you know it's Kamala and you say Kamala, that's similar to calling her a nigger. I mean, what the? This gotta go. This has gotta stop. It's out of control. These people who have the name without the A is Kamal. You know what I mean? That's how you say the word. So if you add an A, some people are going to say Kamala. They're not going to say Camo, and then you add an A, Kamala. Nah, that's pronunciation. It's Kamala. She just don't want to be called Kamala. That's all. So she's gonna say Kamala.
Well, what about J.D. Vance? Because J.D. Vance isn't even his real name. I mean, that seems weird to me.
What's his real name? What's so weird about it? You saying what? You say weird? his name is weird, or the whole name correction is weird?
No, he changed his name. I mean, his name is not James David Vance. His real legal name, he was born James Donald Bowman.
Bowman?
Yeah, Bowman, and his middle name is Donald.
Well, you never know.
Well, the point is, why go out of your way? Why go out of your way to legally change your name unless you have some type of like mental shift or some type of financial shift? I mean, why go out of your way to essentially try to erase your history or your past or your associations? Because he didn't give himself that name. He gave himself a new name. That's very, very bizarre.
People go through stuff in families. I heard you.
Oh,
I heard that already. You said it 3 times. Sometimes people go through situations in their family and they want to disown their family, or they go through a troubling experience in life and they want to do away with that past, so they change their identity.
But,
so it could be something
shouldn't the people know then what was it in his past that made him want to change his name?
Well, Omen is not a really good name to go into politics with, I would think.
Well, look at the word bowman. That's an ancient name for somebody who creates bows for war. And he went to Yale. He's, in my opinion, he's a skull and bonesman. He's the skull and bonesman Trojan horse for Donald, who they wanted to kill, which they didn't get. His dumbass chooses a guy who's associated to the people that tried to fucking kill him. How stupid is that?
Well, they both got foreign women, married foreign women. They got something in common, huh?
Okay, so does that mean they're both co-opted? Because in my opinion, Donald Trump is possibly compromised. It's a big world out there, and
bro, you got to leave more evidence. I think.
Yeah,
did somebody say my name?
No. Kazi, I want to send you $1 million. I want you to manage $1 million for me today, Kazi.
Money directly. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a financial consultant.
What's the difference?
A financial consultant is a pay grade above a financial advisor in terms of fiduciary quality of expertise.
God damn, you're good, son. I'm gonna put you to work, huh?
Now, I don't know, I don't doubt people, right? But let's just say, for example, you did have $1 million and you wanted to go about investing it. A smart way you could invest that right now would be to wait for Dogecoin to touch 9 cents. And you'll be good, honestly. Like, you could buy Cardano or Dogecoin right now, and you'll be able to make a minimum of 500% in the next 6 to 12 months. So that's like $1 million to $5 million in your sleep. I just made $6.3 million last night buying US 30.
6 to 12 months.
Yeah, like a long-term position.
Wait. Slow down. Let's reverse. You just gave. Wait. Reverse. Let's go. You said something. You said if you could buy Dogecoin in the next 6 to 12 months, it'll reach what, 9%? Is that a projection?
No, 900%, brother. It's going from where it's at right now. Dogecoin, it's at 12 cents. It could go back to 9 cents, right? But it's returning back to the all-time high of 75 cents. So if it goes from 9 cents to 75%, that's almost 900% in the next 6 to 12 months.
But you're saying in 6 to 12 months it can go up to 75 cents?
Yes. Cardano could go back to $3.10. Like, I'm paying attention. Like, I got in Solana when it was at $10 and it shot to $2.30. So I made over 2,000% on that. You know what I'm saying? The same type of math I use for that.
So I wouldn't, buy any of these assets or these opportunities. To me, going to the grocery store and having a full basket and knowing I have no stress in my life because I'm placing my dollars in other assets, To me, your security and trying to figure things out online is the way to go. But to me, I mean, I've done well in the stock market, particularly Facebook Meta. I'm up 200% this year on Meta. That was my big bet, where when it dropped to a 52-week low, I was like, this company is essentially the new AT&T. Like, it's the global communication network. And this company is worth 2 times as much as what it is now. And Zuckerberg is sitting so pretty. And even Zuckerberg said it was the most badass thing he's ever seen in his life, after Donald Trump got shot in the head, to fucking pump fist and say, fight, fight, fight. So even Zuckerberg likes Trump. And that's basically an endorsement. But he says, I can't endorse anybody. So my question to you and everyone here is, what are you going to do for Donald Trump to get him in office? How can you help organize locally? What content can you create? What rooms can you create for Donald Trump? Because if you really think that the Federal Reserve and the deep state and BlackRock and and Google, Facebook, Microsoft, etc., are there to help you, and you think that Trump is going to work with them, no doubt. He's going to take all their off meetings and everything, and he'll probably give them billions and trillions. Who the fuck knows? The point is, if you get politically activated now, you will be politically activated and connected in the future. So I encourage you all to even create fake petitions and go locally, door to door, saying, hey, I have a petition for Trump. Would you sign it? And you will now meet people in your community, and you will network with people in your community outside of Clown House and bring them to Clown House. I'm telling you, if you really want to get crazy, get it on paper, and you can start going door to door for Trump today. And I'll even send you the fake petition to go door to door with. You guys want to be door to door salesmen today for Donald Trump?
Oh, I'm going to be making a political donation to Trump's campaign towards the end of this week. Today is what day is it? Today's Thursday, right? So Friday, I'm going to be making a $10 million donation to Trump's campaign on Twitter publicly. That's something I'm doing. I have never donated to a political campaign, but I think that this is one of the most important. And I think that I don't think it's going to make a difference, right? It's just $10 million write-off for me. But when I look at shit, I'm thinking of it like this, right? Trump's coming into office, even if he's going to shake hands with people, I understand that him as a businessman, he's opening up the back door for all of us to escape this bullshit through corporate entities. You see what I'm saying? And if you want to be able to escape this shit, you have to start operating as a corporate entity. I'm prepared. Listen, look, to be honest with y'all, right? I know that they are eliminating a middle class. The reason they're eliminating a middle class is because people are going to sit on their ass there for the next few years, not doing anything, trying to do the same shit they've been doing for the past 20 or 30 years, living the same exact ways. You see what I'm saying? And what does that do for people? It doesn't help them. It doesn't help anybody. What it does is it takes people relying on a 401k, reliant on a Roth IRA, reliant on Social Security benefits, and they don't even realize that the Federal Reserve is fucking insolvent over $1 billion. You see what I'm saying? I think, I'm sorry, $900 billion. I'm sorry. The Federal Reserve is...
They're not insolvent. Yeah. They can create money out of thin air. How are you insolvent when you just make the money up as you go along?
Bingo! I'm glad somebody said that shit, because they play with these word debt and all this other shit, but they make the money as they go along.
The reason that they're liquid, they're not debt insolvent. They are liquid profit insolvent. They don't have any room to make profit for the next 20 to 30 years to the upside. So the only thing that they
don't need to make profit, because they can make their own profit. That's the point.
Wait, Trump,
it's fake.
Trump.
It's a scam organization. It's a giant Ponzi scheme and an illusion. It's a communication business. It's not even real.
You understand market economics, all right? When market when market economics gets overbought, when stocks and companies get overbought, there's no more room for them to go up. So what do majority shareholders do? They go about borrowing against their shares. They go about borrowing against their assets, because they know there's not more room to make profit. I said there's no profit to be made upwards. So they have to make money on the way down. So they're going to borrow against their assets, and they're going to put their money in recession-proof environments. That's what you be doing. You be taking the borrowing. That is how you create wealth. So the reason that the United States Federal Reserve of debt, they're the biggest benefactors of the U.S. debt. Because if I have $100 billion and then I take $50 billion of that as a I'll put $50 billion. Because you're up 200%. You're scared of your meta. Instead of you holding on to the buy more meta, you're not getting the profits way up. Meta has the sign of the open eye. So in the next year, we're talking about these assets going up. In the word of madness and mystery. We're going to see those stocks at all-time lows. They have to go through stock. You have power investors moving with their money right now. They're moving on the other side of the plate. So they're creating and they're sorting their positions. I who wait and ride and wrestle with air that hath no bowels to nestle. My body weary of empty grasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an asp. Come, oh, come, I am numb, but only lost the devildom. Thrust the soul through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. I am with flute, and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bowels to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an asp. Come, oh, come, I am numb, but only lost the devildom. Thrust the soul through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. I am with flute, and come with pipe. Am I not right? I wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bowels to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an asp. Come, oh, come, I am numb, but only lost the devildom. Thrust the soul through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. I am the flute, and come with pipe. Am I not right? And it can drop all the way back down. I wait and writhe and wrestle with don't know from where it's at right now. $3.
For us, the soul through the golden feta.
Look at Dogecoin.
All devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. I am with flute, and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bowels to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an asp. Come, oh, come. I am numb, but only lost of devildom. For us the soul through the golden feta, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. I am with flute, and come with pipe. Am I not right? I wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bowels to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an asp. Come, oh, come. I am numb, but only lost of devildom. For us the soul through the golden feta, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. That's true, right? I am with flute, and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bowels to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an asp. Come, oh, come. I am numb, but only lost of devildom. For us the soul through the golden feta, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect, the thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, Eo, Pan, 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 Pan. I am with flute, and come with pipe. Am I not? I could have been up, and now here we are. People's lives aren't affected. I'm not saying that there isn't some truly unfortunate things going on. I'm not saying people aren't suffering. What I'm saying is there's a lot of geopolitics going on. You got the presidential election coming on. You got Sonia Maskey that just got shot by the cops. You have left versus right getting more intense. Within the next 3 months, I guarantee you there's going to be another white cop and a black person killed, because that's the unfortunate environment we're living in. And I honestly believe that by early next year, there's going to be a crypto boom, and people are going to wish they would have been paying attention to the financial markets this time around.
Yeah, but that's what any financial advisor will tell you, even about the stock market, because I could show you 10 stocks right now that are undervalued by 500%, meaning you can make 5 times your money on this basket of stocks. It's the same hypnosis.
Fisker's one, and it's like pre-bankruptcy right now. Fisker is like a 10,000% move. That's a good stock right now.
Bro, it's dissolved. It's done. That's done.
No.
That's done.
Well,
it's bankrupt. It's gone. People lost their asses.
Yeah, but it's going to be bought through another corporation.
It doesn't matter. That don't mean you're going to participate. You out the market.
Wait, Trump, you're not understanding. Well, I don't even know your real name, so I don't want to.
It's Donald Trump. You can call me President. Mr. President's how you may address me, Kazi.
All right, so
put some respect on that fucking name.
I know.
This guy.
So check this out real quick.
Good.
So Fisker, it's at 0.04 cent before it delisted, right? But you can still pay attention to the sister companies that are established as a result, because even if it files for bankruptcy in the corporate world, there's nothing that stops you from reestablishing a company and then transitioning those assets from other company to said sister company. You could have a shell company that is better prepared financially to do everything in trajectory for Fisker to start over under a new branded name.
Okay, great.
So
if we're talking about trading stocks, we're talking about trading stocks. I don't give a fuck about what you're saying. It's stupid.
Hold on, check it. This is a $30 billion corporation in 2017, 2018. Right now, they're trying to goddamn restructure the organization. And if they have had billions of dollars of institutional investment and they are devalued now as a bankrupt company, that means that all of the debt liabilities they no longer have attachment to. It is an attractive thing for a company to go through bankruptcy, not an individual.
Absolutely, but you can't participate. You're not involved in the bankruptcy court.
We're not talking about Fisker.
Just call me Mr. President.
We're not talking about.
Put some respect on that name. I earned the title.
Look, please. Heffen's point was 6 to 12 months from now, we're going to see a big bull run. So,
hey, turn your mic down, Trump.
Foreign investment.
You can call me Mr. President.
Foreign investment and institutional investors are going to be more attracted into 2025. That's what we're saying. Especially things that are devalued, especially companies that are bankrupt, especially things that are discounted. Institutional investors are going to be looking to short the market and make money from these little bags because they're big money in the long run.
I don't know what's going to happen next year. What I do know is all I know is we are in July of 2020. 4 years ago, we are in July of 2024. 4 years ago, Ethereum was on July 26, 4 years ago, Ethereum was at $309. In 1 year, in 1 year of July 2020, Ethereum went from $309 to $2,230. That's about a 7x. Meaning, if you had 10 grand in Ethereum in July 2020, and you held on to that 10 grand, if you bought 10 grand worth of Ethereum in July of 2020 and you sold July 2021, you would have about $70,000. That's a fact. If you would have done that, 2016 Ethereum. That's 4 years prior to 2020. 2016 July. We're in July right now. Ethereum was at $14. Okay, that's 4 years prior to 2020, which is 8 years prior to today. Okay, we're paying attention to this 4 year cycle. Again, I don't know what's going to happen next year. We're just analyzing what has happened the last 2 bull runs. Okay, Ethereum, July 23rd, 2016, it was at $14. Okay, 1 year later, it was at $234. Okay, that is a historical fact. All right, 234 divided by 14 is 16. So if you put $10,000 in Ethereum of July 2016 and you sold July 2017, you would have had $160,000 in that 1 year. Okay, now we're at July 2024. Ethereum is currently at $3,164. Now, wait,
hold on. Right now?
Right.
Yeah, it's going to 20. It's going to 21.
Now,
I started at 54.
Maybe. Now, here's what I'm noticing with these coins. The more that time goes on, the larger the margin for profit because they're becoming more stabilized and less volatile. Okay, so you're not going to see, Ethereum, go to probably 30 grand, which would be a 10x. That's not likely. Okay, but you could likely see it do a 2x. We're in July of 2024. Based on the last 8 years, it is reasonable within speculative analysis. It is reasonable within the behavior of this coin that Ethereum will do a 2x, a 3x, or 4x. So it's currently at $3,100, July of 2025. It is reasonable that it will be at 6 grand, 9 grand, or 12 grand on a conservative note. Okay, so this is something to really consider.
What about the death dome? There's a death dome on crypto that retail investors are not considering. If price stays under 66,000 on Bitcoin for another 2 weeks, Bitcoin is at risk to go to $1 a coin. That's what I just said like an hour ago. That means Ethereum could go back to $200 to $300 before we see 6,000 price on Ethereum. Bitcoin could go to $1 before we see an 80 to 100K price on Bitcoin, in consideration of what the current economic environment is in terms of commercial banks. Commercial banks are insolvent, almost $1 trillion. That is 700% worse than 2008's financial crisis. So we don't have room to keep going up on any assets. Gold is bought out, is overbought. Dow Jones is overbought. All stocks are overbought. The entire market is overbought. I shorted Ethereum, just so you understand, I shorted Ethereum from 4,700. It's at 3,100 right now. I have it going down to 2,800, then potentially to 14, and then potentially back to 300 in the next 2 to 5 years. That's 6 to 8. If you say 6 to 18 months, right? We're looking at these assets like Dogecoin touching 9 cents. We're looking at Bitcoin touching 15K. We're looking at Ethereum touching like 2,100 or 1,500 potentially even again. So that's what we're considering before we see big rallies. And if we break under 15,000 on Bitcoin, we could be going to 2,000. We could be going to that dollar target like we were speaking about, because we don't have any institutional volume to support Bitcoin pushing up. Exchanges are running out of Bitcoin. Exchanges have run out of supply to be able to service retail transactions. Institutions are being prioritized because they hold the majority. When you're looking, institutions affect the behavior of the rest of the market, because if they short the market, then retail investors are the reason they shorted the market, because retail investors are doing the opposite. That's why 99% of retail investors lose, because they're moving opposite than institutional traders. If you look at the market from a right to left perspective, you'll understand exactly where supply is on a five-year range. You'll understand where demand is as well.
That's a fair point. I'm gonna have to do more research into that, because if that is true, that is, we are in a worse financial state compared to that is true. We are in the environment of the average American spending, and even the institutional spending is not what it was to last for 2 bull cycles. That is true. So with what you're saying, that makes sense, unless what Trump is saying, where they pull some really wicked money printing type of shit out of their ass.
No. They ain't printing money. They're not printing. Trump not coming in to print no money. Trump coming in to stop and disband the Federal Reserve. That means that we have to deal with what we currently have right now. The biggest asset that the United States has right now is Bitcoin. Not their gold reserves. It's Bitcoin. The rest of our production depends on Canada for oil, depends on Mexico, and then Saudi Arabia just said, fuck the United States. We're putting in all of our money through Aramco. The Rothschilds even said, you know what we're going to do? Like last month, they just set up a headquarters in the UAE for be able to do debt purchasing. You see what I'm saying? They're not because in the UAE, there is no corporate tax, there is no personal income tax either. You see what I'm saying? So they're setting up in the UAE under nomadic visas and things like that of that nature, to short the fuck out this market and to take advantage of the liquidity that they already have by purchase assets. 2025 to 2035 will be a decade of asset appreciation and then eliminating a class of society, eliminating a middle class. It's either you're investing in crypto or you are not come next year, because they're tokenizing everything. If they tokenize everything in this marketplace, right? I'm talking about real estate, I'm talking about identification, I'm talking about credentials. That's what's coming in 2025. ISO 022 compliance and the FedNow system's already in place. If you already know Cash App doesn't accept 1099 anymore because they've eliminated the legality of small businesses in America. Corporate Transparency Act, Beneficial Ownership Act, all of these things that are happening are relation to more liquidity coming into the market, more volatility coming into the market. If they tokenize all real estate in the world, that's going to put trillions of dollars in the foreign exchange market volatility basis, just based off of that alone. And then it's going to have more people shorting the market and then having tokenized and fragmented ownership over assets. People like you could have 30 people who are it's like timeshare investing, having fraction ownerships of your house. You could have fractionalized ownership because now your house and the equity within it is tokenized on a Bitcoin blockchain network. That's what RWA protocol is through BlackRock. So if they're putting in that much liquidity into the market, they're making that much more of a range for us to drop. And if Bitcoin is built to go to $1 million a coin, what happens if 30 to 40% of the world is now online on the blockchain? If we have 30 to 40% more supply, what happens? Boom, it's a drop. It's increased demand. Demand has to be increased, and that's where you have liquidity zones. So we have to do a liquidity grab, and the gap that we have to fill is all the way at the bottom where 1980s is. You see what I'm saying? Those are it could go lower than that. But if you go look on like a 6 months to like a few year time span, like these highs right here are institutional levels of supply. We have bearish divergence that goes over 2 years. From 2022 to 2024, we saw new higher highs being formed. Once you see a higher high, you have to make a lower low. And it's just that simple.
Hey, Kazi, do you do trading? You do pocket options? Or do you do...
No, I don't. I'm a nine-figure trader.
A nine-figure? Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I'm a nine-figure trader in the foreign exchange market. I don't trade options because it's like the little brother of the foreign exchange market, but I trade commodities, indices, exotic, synthetic indices, the DXY, commodities, currencies, crypto, and some stocks for long-term position trading. But yeah.
Hey, Heffin, you do trading? You trade, Heffin? Mr. Heffin?
No, I've just been investing.
Oh, okay.
Me, I'm qualified as an accredited investor, but I look at trading as a more sophisticated and more accurate way to invest, so you can time the market in the short term into the long term. I believe in like quarter point analysis. Quarter point analysis is on the basis of symmetrical ordinance or having a symmetrical alignment into the long term. So while I'm looking on the minute one, I'm making the decisions that I can stay in for the next 5 years or so.
Okay, I see that strategy. Good execution. What about you, Trump? You into trading? I guess not.
So you think the economy is about to there's a bubble basically?
Oh, I know it is. It's been a bubble since they took the dollar off the gold standard.
Yeah, I agree, but knowing when it's going to pop is it's been several calls.
It's about market timing. If you want to know when it's going to pop, all you have to do is look at Fibonacci. Because Fibonacci told you when the market was going to bull run. And then that bull run lasted for 20-something years since 2008. See what I'm saying? Then when you go and you look at the range from 2008 to 2024, you see that we're at the top of that Fibonacci. We're at the 9th floor of a skyscraper that's crashing down. This is like This is like the world. This is like 9/11 all over again happening in the marketplace.
I think that people are underestimating how far the Democrats will go to enlarge the bubble. Both parties really, but you know, the Dems are going to be more slick about it.
Like, let's just take this for example, right? If we look at Netanyahu's address to Congress the other day. Netanyahu's already asking for American soldiers to be involved in the Iranian conflict. So he's trying to go about issuing in another war. You see what I'm saying? So Josh, trying to issue in another fucking war in terms of war with Americans and the war in Iran. And you already know Iran is a nuclear war power. So if we go to war, and we already have a $100 billion budget to continue the war in Israel, Netanyahu comes to address Congress. You know what he said out of his own mouth for the people? He said that when I addressed the people, the people who in the Israeli government, in terms of civilian casualties, they said that it was 0 to none. They said it was 0 to none. 0 to no civilian casualties. What the fuck does that? What is little to none? What does little to none mean? When there was 180,000 civilians recorded dead because of Israeli bombing on Mossad forces, on ISIS, on forces that are there, and the Palestinian forces that were actually, terrorists, that were domestic terrorists. They're sitting here killing civilians, and then Netanyahu comes in front of Congress to say, oh, no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. Let's go to war with Iran. Let's cause some more conflict. That's literally what he said. That's literally what the fuck he said. So that means that we have to bring up more money. We have to decrease the spending power of the dollar again. And if we have somebody coming in, right? If we have somebody coming in, Israel, that's sitting here deflating the purchasing power of the dollar, and consumer spending is literally going into the fucking dirt. And if we go into another war, and we've already been in two different international conflicts, what do you think is going to happen to the dollar? If we have to span out for the next 10 to 15 years international conflict with Israel, Palestine, or Russia. Vladimir Putin even came out and said, I look forward to what the Trump administration has to do if he becomes president, because we're looking to end the war in Ukraine. They don't want the war in Ukraine. The Trump administration don't want the war in Ukraine either. But people look at Netanyahu, and they think that Netanyahu is not more than what he is. Netanyahu is responsible. Israel is responsible for the creation of America. Don't y'all know that? Israel and the origin story behind Israel before 1948. They created and recognized Morocco, 1776, recognized the United States as their first sovereign country.
Yep. And we became, well, not us, but, the United States became the puppet. But go ahead.
That's right. And then they created a narrative to say, okay, yeah, now you're going to establish us our own little nation of Israel in 1948, like the United States created Israel. So that's how you hide in plain sight.
Yep. And then the United States is also the security for Israel.
Did y'all not notice how Netanyahu got applauded when he just got considered a fucking war criminal? He got applauded by Congress. That makes you think to yourself, who does Congress?
All over the news.
Yeah, who does Congress and Senate work for? Do they work for the American people, or do they work for fucking Netanyahu? Is the question.
But they work for both, goddamn. But it's a double hand. It's like a double handshake. With both, one hand going the other way, the other hand going the other way. So, yeah, but everybody's pushing that he needs to be arrested. So, and that's a big deal. That's a good point. Good point. And Biden and Harris, they dancing around and shit. So it's like, they full of shit. So they going to lean on the black woman empowerment type of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So I ran into a couple sisters talking about the black sisters are up. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, y'all sisters been up. Why you think Harris got you up? Harris ain't get your dumb ass nowhere. Y'all been up. Y'all just didn't even know how great y'all was. Get out of here. So now they going to lean on that black woman empowerment. But what you made was a profound statement in retrospect to the economy and American lives, or just America in general. So that's a big deal, because Netanyahu, whatever the fuck, he's full of shit, bro. Got to be careful with that type of person. He don't give a fuck about America like that. You know what I mean? That's not his land. It's not his land. A great point, though, bro.
Is that the guy that just spoke in front of Congress?
Hey, say that again. I missed out. I don't know if you was. I don't know what you said, but if you want to repeat it, you can. But I don't know if you asked a question or not. My phone had a pause.
There is a gentleman that just spoke in front of Congress. I'm trying to figure out if that's Netanyahu. I didn't look too much in it. Yeah, this is the guy.
It was him. Yeah, that's the most recent one. Yeah, and everybody's applauding, everybody's shaking and handshaking and clapping and everything. Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, I saw something on TikTok that said that AOC tweeted that most of those people that you saw applauding him weren't part of Congress, that Congress hired bodies to fill in to make it seem like all of Congress was agreeing with him, but like half of them, the Democrats or the other party or whoever, maybe the Republicans, but half of them weren't even there. So they had to hire non-congressional or members of the House of Reps and Senators to be actors for that meeting, that interview. And they're talking about Iran is funding anti-Israel. Bruh, that's crazy. What was he saying? Was Kazi saying that they talking about going into Iran? I was listening, but I've been seeing them talk about Iran. I'm like, are y'all serious right now? Oh, this country, man. If Kamala gets into office, I just don't see the Dems, the liberals, allowing a financial crisis to happen under Kamala. Under their watch. I don't.
Nah, I agree. They wanted everything to run steady. They want everything to be smooth. Almost like the economy is at its best peak because of Biden, and then I'm coming in to pick up behind them. So they want to make it to be like the economy is the greatest of all.
Exactly. Like I don't. They will use every measure to make sure the American people thinks that it's rainbows and sunshines, and we can't think it's rainbows and sunshines if crypto markets are collapsing, spending goes to an all-time low, even though spending is decreasing. People don't have the type of money they used to have before. More people are spending credit, if anything. So, but that's totally different than like a bubble popping like it was in 2008. Which, if a bubble does happen, there's opportunity there if you have the capital, no doubt. I know that's something I'm anticipating. I just don't see it happening under if Kamala were to come in president. I don't see it happening under her rule.
Me neither. I don't see it happening either.
Hey, Dots, how you been?
Peace, bro. I've been okay. How are you?
Doing well. Taking it day by day. We talked about a lot of this stuff years ago,
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's why I like coming sitting in here listening. I told him I like coming in here to sit back and just listen. I talk sometimes, but yeah, I like to listen.
I mean, we really was talking about this back in 2020, 2021. Yeah. 2022. And saying they might have set Kamala up for the presidency while the most amount of corruption
I call
is
her
happening.
Gorilla Harris. That's what I call her, Gorilla Harris.
Why you call her Gorilla Harris? What's she?
Because she going to be a beast, bro. When she get in there, she going to be what everybody is not expecting her to be. I'm not saying that like, oh, you know, like an ape like that. But no, she's going to be a beast at these policies and shit that she put in place for people. She going to be the one to put the darn concentration camps in place if she ain't already helping them. She going to be a beast. I'm telling you. Like, got these people in California already. They can already check. They could be witnesses for you. If you want some testimony in California, and ask the residents of California. Ask them, did she care about them then? Did she care about the black people? West Oakland, East Oakland, North Oakland, Berkeley, Richmond, Vallejo, Sacramento. Ask them. El Cerrito. Ask them people. Use them for testimonials for her ass to see, and let them speak and tell the black community if they think she's fit for us or not.
From me hearing how she speak, she be talking even since she was ran for president last time. She was talking to everybody like she your mama. She look at it, she talk just like a mama, but she ain't got no kids though. But she talk to you like she your mama, and I'm like, you know, like a mama to a kid. Like I'm like, okay. So,
she don't talk like my mama.
Well, thanks. Yeah, okay. I would probably say your mom has some other words.
Maybe she sound like your mama.
Huh?
She sound like your mama.
No, my mama didn't speak much, but. Yeah,
well, who mama you talk about? Who mama you talk about? Who mama you talk about?
Right here. Who mama you talk about?
Who mama you talk about?
I say just talk like a mama, not a specific.
Not no mama I know.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying in metaphor, the way, not metaphor, but in a way, her tone and how she was pointing and speaking.
Hey, don't be talking about no people mama like that.
Hey, if mama said sit down, you sit down.
Mama said knock you out.
What, that too? All that, you know. But you said it yourself. I think you just said the beast's gonna come out, and that's gonna be your part. Like we ain't seen it yet. I seen it internally. I see it. So it's just like you said when it come out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, you said it. That's why I said what I said.
And yeah, and if they can brag about her raising what it was, $81 million in 24 hours, all these hungry babies and mamas and people living in poor housing and all this shit, and you mean to tell me that you can raise $81 million in 24 hours and we got homelessness and all this other shit going around, bad health care system and It's a joke. It really is. And it should be like a slap in all of our face. Time and time again.
Trump 2024, baby.
It just seemed like it's a slap in our face.
We gonna vote Trump.
You make a great point. That's why, we can save ourselves, literally. We have the money. We have people
Man,
in
that's
high.
what I said. This is making us greater.
Make America great again.
And Trump, not this last speech, but the speech before, when he gave at the GNC, he said that there's trillions of dollars that's just sitting. He said it out of his own mouth. He said there's trillions of dollars up there that's just sitting. And I'm like, okay, like you just said, all this stuff going on. And, again, it's the same old thing. They do it every time. They got money for wars, but not money for people. That's the same old scenario. And of course, and they're going to keep doing it. We get mad at it, whatever. And then, like I say, the people we talk about reparations and they got millions of dollars for the study, but then you got trillions of dollars setting up there. And we're like, hey, they can do it if they want. And do you honestly, truthfully think that this country will go broke if they actually submitted the money to African Americans? No, they wouldn't, because all they're going to do is circulate again anyway. But yeah, Trump, that came out of his mouth. He says trillions of dollars just set. He's just going to spend it on whatever. So that came directly out of his mouth.
Well, that money is reserved for the small hats. So that's another reason why we're not going to get the money, because, it's all about them, Alan.
Yeah, man. I just laugh about the study. Should we spend 3.5 million? Atlanta, we doing a study. They put some money out to do a study on reparations in Georgia. I'm like, really? You got to study it. We got to put some people that I want to know who the people that they actually put to do a study at, because they're getting paid.
Yeah, also, a lot of the money goes to contractors, government weapon contractors that make weapons that don't even fucking work. A lot of stuff be like prototypes. They might put $30 million into a prototype that never really gets produced. And I get it, we gotta have weapons and so forth, but I mean, a lot of that shit never gets used, but a lot of times just in experimental phase. But they put a lot of money in it. And they have a blank check. America has money, man.
Yeah, man. Or they just burning that money. I mean, it's gonna fly. Yeah, a lot of it just goes, and it's a trickle down effect. Sometimes different organizations or businesses get millions and millions of dollars, and that money never trickle down to what its actual purpose is. And the money just get burned, and it's sad, but that's just the way it is. But yeah, man, you said it.
Let me touch on that title real fast. When it comes to her being the president, I'm not sure. I don't think that she's going to be the one that they're looking to have as the president. I think whoever she has as her vice president is the real person. But they want to, get somebody in there and she could be assassinated. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's not possible. But I don't know. I think if she does get in there, it's not really for her. It's for the person who she's the vice president for. Just like with Trump, I think that guy is probably, he's got some stuff. I don't know, man. Everything's a toss up. But then I will say this, Christopher. I will say this. I don't believe that they're going to let a non-European become the president. You know, you got to have European blood, and you got to be related to the family.
Come on, I heard a whole room on Clown House about her ancestry, and she is essentially from a Jamaican slave owner. I think he was from like Holland or something, but she's biracial, and she's not black. She's Indian and a white woman, so she doesn't even have children. Those aren't even her kids. Those are her husband's kids, and they're in an open marriage. It's a polygamy. Anyways, it's bizarre. The whole point is she's going to be the president because she'll just say yes to everything. They already know her character. She's already compromised. They got her in San Francisco. They got her in Denver. They got her in New York. They got her in Miami. This woman is a former prostitute. She's a glossed up Barack Obama with a pussy.
That's deep, bro. You went in. That's deep. That's some real shit he said, though. I hate to make it sound so derogatory, but it's definitely on those levels. They know how she get down. You know Montel Williams was going for the twat back in the day, getting them girls.
Absolutely.
That's how it used to be. We used to go out there and get a girl. We used to, every weekend, let's go get some numbers. Let's see whatever.
It's worse than that. She's part of Eyes Wide Shut. She's part of Eyes Wide Shut. She's in Eyes Wide Shut.
Damn. That's even worse.
She's been to their orgies. She used to be an orgy prostitute. They're putting a prostitute. Damn. She symbolizes the black goddess. She symbolizes the nothingness.
Don't say it like that. Don't put the black goddess
it sounds
in the same sense.
No, she's a Trojan horse. She ain't even ADOS. She ain't even ADOS. She's from Jamaica. She's a slave owner.
I think that Kamala Harris represents a lot of things, and what you said, but I think she represents that city girl, that I don't give a fuck boss bitch. Like you said, if you look at her old videos of her with Montel, clearly she's out there in the streets. Like she said, girl, I was in the streets. We in the streets. Yeah, literally, she was in the streets. Doing something strange for change, paying to play. Fucked her way through law school, got with Willie Brown, had sex with him. He was an old ass man, and she was a side piece, a sneaky link to him.
Don't forget married. Don't forget he was married.
Right, and so it just tells you her character and her morality. Now I'll land my plane on this: she's either stupid or she's a liar, because right before Biden stepped down, she said he was sharp and he was on point, and then a week later, he's incompetent, basically, and he's not. He's in no way, shape, form to take the presidency. So she lied. She knew he was never able to do it, or she was just stupid. I don't know. It's just that it's bold in your face.
Stupid.
The woman has.
She's not a liar. She's a liar and stupid. She's a stupid liar.
Right.
Remember, he was Creepy Joe. No woman could trust him because he was Creepy Joe.
I'm guessing the women of the Middle East or the women of India is probably more proud than the black women in America. They should be proud. Watching one of the, even if she ain't president, she's VP. So she do represent that, Well, first of all, women overall, regardless if women supported her or not. But if we keep looking at like her heritage, I'm guessing the women in the Middle East or the India should be like really super proud. I'm guessing.
But they're not celebrating it though. I've been looking around. I haven't seen anything showing Indians for Kamala. Indian men must vote for Kamala. Indian women must vote Kamala. I don't see any of that shit. So it's like all I see is black people stepping up, doing all that shit.
Okay. Okay, maybe they're doing it in silence.
Nah, they're not. They're not doing that for her. They're not going to do that. And I'm glad you mentioned that because Indians have a very strong protocol on capital on casting and then how they deal with the economy. They take that shit serious. And despite how decrepit it can be in certain parts of the country, but they have a certain type of nationalism that's precedent behind. I mean, it's a strong ass nationalism approach. They don't play that shit. They disown their own. So they already disowned her ass because they knew that she was out there fucking the way she was moving. So you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? So they disown that. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna embrace that. They don't even embrace their own damn people that's not even doing that type of shit. If you don't even fall in line to their jurisprudence shit that they into, nah, they kick your ass to the curb. They're some hardcore fucking nationalists.
So we catching the ball.
What, man?
On about we. I didn't mean all of us, but you know what I'm talking about.
Nah, yeah, you're right. We catching the ball, and she's gonna lean on that empowerment, black empowerment, the sisters. You know what I mean? She's gonna feed, just like how y'all said it. She's gonna feed into those narratives, city girls and the street hood chicks. You know what I mean? Because all the sisters is like, oh, I sent the video out. You hating, kick rocks. You hating on her. Oh, the black women are up now. I'm like, oh, hell no. And most of these sisters be out there. They be in the streets. They be out there looking crazy. So they like that shit. They like that. So I don't know, man. She's targeting a whole new different market, and she knows what she's doing. You know, she knows what she's doing.
She's a data scientist. She runs the campaign off of data science and analytics. She's a numbers-based, racist, propagandist, misinformationist. She knows exactly what you want to hear based on your racial demographics. And she tailors her messaging based on that messaging distribution, which she buys through media planners. Trust me, she is 1-in-1 with Google, lockstep like a fucking Nazi.
I think she's gonna pull Hillary back, honestly, for VP. I have a feeling.
Wow.
I think she might do that shit.
That'd be crazy.
It's not about it's about the money. Hillary doesn't have the money. That bitch, unless somebody pays for it, cannot get her fat ass back in there. They say it's going to be Pritzker, who's a multi-gazillionaire fucking sugar tank pedophile in Illinois who runs this state like a goddamn Nazi. I don't know what is wrong with these people, but they run everything as if it's their own business, and then they virtue signal and kowtow to blacks on the South Side about how we're going to help you with everything and give you all this nonprofit money. Meanwhile, they're shooting each other in the streets and robbing everybody throughout the city.
How's he run it like a Nazi, though?
Who asked the question? Oh, did you ask how does Pritzker run the country or run the state like a Nazi?
Yeah.
Oh, it's because it takes a Nazi to run a Nazi system. He's a flamboyant faggot Nazi, and this pedophile, fat cocksuck, cheeseburger eating, taco eating, fat piece of shit, he tried to get me vaccinated. And that's a eugenics program, descendants from the Nazism. And thank you very little, Matt, for your question. I hope I was succinct.
You were. Thank you for your answer. Greatly appreciate that.
Hillary can't get back up in there. They don't want Bill back up in that White House. They don't want Bill back up in there. You know what Bill gonna be doing. They do not want Bill back up in that White House.
It's gonna be that dude Mike Kelly or Martin Kelly, whatever that guy names for her VP.
Or Josh Shapiro, I think was the other name.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro, where did that faggot's name come from? Oh, another faggot. Josh Shapiro. Anybody ever hear of Josh Shapiro? Where the fuck did this fucking faggot come from? Hi, my name is Josh Shapiro. You've never heard of me before, but I want to be your leader. And I know you don't know who I am, but I hate Trump and I give everything I can to black men, black women, and illegal aliens. Let's continue opening the virus and continue spreading the disease because my name is Josh Shapiro and you've never heard of me. Vote for Josh. God bless you all.
I think they're going to go like really, really far left with it. That guy, Buttigieg, whatever his name is, him, that's what it's all about. They got to go extreme against the extreme. in this case.
What are Buttigieg's extreme policies?
Well, he's LGBTQ. That's a big thing on the ticket about transgender children. Healthcare.
But what is his policies?
Healthcare.
He's the Department of Transportation.
Being that he's gay, he's going to bring a lot of that mental illness into the law. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why'd you say you know what I'm saying? Like, do you think we don't know what you're saying, or you just?
Well, I mean, you sound like you would obviously know what I'm saying. I was talking to the other.
So the other people don't know what you're saying?
No, but you can relate. I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, I know what you're saying.
Man, you gotta know how to get hip, Donald. I mean, Matt. I met Matt. This slang, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? It just sounds weird. I don't know, because
it's one word. It's one word. It's one word. It's not you know what I'm saying. It's you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's one syllable.
Got it. No, I'll try. Let me try. I think.
Try it off mic. Try it off mic first.
All right, let me try it. I'm gonna try on mic. I just go with it. I think Pete Buttigieg does not have extreme policies. Know what I'm saying?
Hey Matt, are you gay?
Chill out with the gay bashing. Chill out with the faggot talk, bro. We don't want to be shadow banned. We don't know who the fuck who's who.
I'm not a homosexual. Know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're bisexual.
Yo, chill out, man. Hey, chill out with that, bro. Donald, chill, man. Chill, because I don't want nobody fucking around hitting the wrong buttons and shit because they saying, oh, team packed up. Own it. You know what I mean? We don't want that, bro. Chill out, man.
Yeah,
chill
Donald,
with that gay shit.
We don't want that in this room with Team Pack Up. Comma,
you know what I'm saying?
Comma, space, pause. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he sound like he's like one of them type of people that wants to be a victim. Right? Because a lot of them type of, I'm gonna be honest with you, guys like him, sound like him. They want to be victims. They want to be victims. So if somebody was to come down hard on you and scrutinize you, you're just gonna report the room anyway. So go ahead and get your toes and nails painted and do what you do best. All right.
I'm not going to report the room. I'm going to be honest with you. Know what I'm saying?
He's been down. He's been down for the. I don't know. I'm giving him too much credit. I don't really know this guy, but from what I've seen on the internet, he's been
You kind of broke up there on your flip phone. Know what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't really catch the last few words there. Know what I'm saying?
What kind of phone I got again? Say it again. What kind of phone I got?
It sounded like a flip phone because you were kind of staticky there.
Matt, you were fed, bro. You were fed, bro. Chill out, man.
Hey, that new Google flip phone. That new Google flip phone is badass, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't know what you're saying.
Matt's a fed, bro. Chill out. He's an agent. Y'all chill out with Matt because he gonna fuck around and have somebody show up at your shit fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? Fucking with the wrong person.
Hey, serious question though. How come all the mass shooters, all the imbeciles, are all like some sort of non-binary, bisexual? Like, I'm not trying to hate, but like all of them got some sexual thing.
All of them?
Yeah, most of them. Either they can't get pussy or find gay porn on their fucking phone.
Did you do like a body count of all the mass shooters?
I don't know, man. You seem like the expert in this. Why don't you tell me?
I know. I'm just asking you. I know. I'm not the expert. On the contrary,
Donald, you brought it up, Donald. You brought it up, Donald. Come on now.
Come on, Donald. Where are the facts? We don't just throw crazy stuff out.
Well, wasn't this dude who shot at?
We got some. I don't know if you got the little ticket there. You might be new around here, but we don't just throw around some.
No, Donald is right though. A lot of the shooters, when you look at the shooters, they either look like incel type of guys, misogynist. A lot of them dudes are like just really weird, awkward guys, social. And look, you could be an introvert. You could be a guy who doesn't like to do too much of anything. But a lot of them do sound like Matt, and they behave as such. And I'm just being honest with you. Yeah, man.
Because you know what I'm saying.
Right. See, what the problem is with people like Matt is that he grew up not getting checked. A person like, I can hear in your voice, you've never been checked. You've never been put in your place.
I'll be honest with you. I don't get checked much.
You've probably taken, you on that. That's what I'm saying.
I'll be
you've
honest.
Probably taken a couple college courses. You think you're so smart. You watched a couple documentaries on YouTube. Hey, man. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, basically, because I'm gonna keep it real with you. A lot of times, when you meet a guy like Matt, hold on, let me just say this.
Be honest with me. Be honest with me.
You ain't gonna be doing that to nobody face to face. Like how you doing that? That's a safe space thing with you right there. You just
absolutely.
Yeah.
So like, say for instance, you walked up on some regular dudes and they were just busting it up, politicking, and you just start acting like that. They're gonna probably, they're gonna probably go upside your head. They're not gonna jump you.
That's
you know what I'm saying? Then you're gonna realize.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like I would.
I know what you're
doing right now. That's just corny. Like you want to be an asshole, just talk about some shit and throw a little joke here and there. But what you doing right there, like that's like over the keyboard behind a monitor. I'm just not gonna go outside because I'm scared, and I know if I do something like that, I'm going to get checked on the spot. You know that, bro. You know that.
Yeah, but who be sensitive? Me who's going to be saying these words, or someone
you
who's
ask that question, you got a busted lip.
No, but think about how sensitive you got to be to check someone because they say a few words that trigger
you. Look,
in
real life, you couldn't do this.
Think about it, Sebastian. No, hold on, Donald.
I'm gonna tell you something better.
How sensitive you got to be that you got to check someone for just saying a couple words.
I tell you what, people. History. I'm gonna answer your question. Let him defend himself now. Let him defend himself. He's trying people throughout history have died for just a little of shit. You could tell somebody
they be sensitive. That's my point.
It's about honor. It's about integrity.
Honor.
Oh, let me hit you with something. I'm gonna give you a couple of different situations. You got them samurai warrior dudes. If you was to do something disrespectful to them, like I don't know, if they eating and drinking rice wine or noodles or some shit, and you bump them, and that shit spills on their fucking katana, and you don't apologize, you might get your fucking head chopped off. Or if you're in the wild, wild west somewhere, and somebody's doing something, and you knock over their tobacco, and then you laugh and giggle, they might say, "Hey, boom, boom, boom." That's a gunshot. You know what I'm saying? Anything can go down. But it's no difference today. Niggas will split your head.
That's my point. People always be sensitive. People be sensitive today.
It's about respect and honor and integrity and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can tell you. I didn't make the rules.
I know. I agree you didn't make the rules, but I'm just saying that the rules are sensitive. That's all.
And we're just saying, if this was real life, you wouldn't be talking like this.
No, I wouldn't be. You're right.
Hey, why y'all talking to him? What's going on? Why y'all making him look like he's a bitch ass motherfucker? What's going on, bro?
I don't know. They all sensitive. That's what I'm saying.
I'll give one example right here. Like the Jordans. I remember growing up back in the I'll say the mid '90s, early '90s, when Jordans was like, I don't think it's like that now because everybody got them, but it was kind of like more so rare. Motherfuckers, you smudged it, and I think some people was like that with Air Forces. If you smudge their Air Force, you might get into a fight, show smudge, or get jumped. I mean, it was just crazy.
What happened to just being the
or Timberland boots?
What happened to being But what happened to just being a bigger, better person? Like, why you gotta throw all that out? Why you guys stoop low? And
what happened to being the bigger person?
That's what I'm saying. If I go low, why you gotta go lower? Like, where did the sensitivity come from?
I'm not a savage. I'm just letting you know it's a lot of motherfuckers out here. They're not reasoning like that. I would just say my bad brother.
Savage?
I'm the type of dude that's not going to escalate because I don't have to kill nobody and I don't want to be killed. So I'm more like, you know what, my bad. My mistake. That's me. You know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, I'll just acknowledge it. But
that's what I'm saying. So we good. So you saying it's not you? It's other people that would cut me up.
What does Matt use? What does Matt keep using that starts with a V to get things his way all the time? It seems like it's not his voice; it's the victim card.
No. We're just having a dialogue, man. It's not that serious. I ain't playing victim.
Now you change it around. Now you're kind of like playing the victim. You're not a very good troll.
In what sense? How be a victim?
Like you changed your whole narrative to like, well, I'm just having a dialogue. Why are you being so sensitive?
That's not victim. That's not victiming.
Yeah, you're acting like we're gaslighting you, and we're not.
No, I don't think you know the word gaslighting. Because you ain't gaslighting me. You know what gaslighting is?
Hey, you support Kamala or Trump?
I guess you don't know what gaslighting is, so we can just move on to the next topic.
I know what gaslighting is. Tell me what gaslighting is. I'll tell you. You want me to tell you?
Yeah, I asked you 3 times.
It's me pointing shit out in other people, like what you just been doing. Like why? Like basically your narrative is why y'all picking on me. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. No, dude, you started this conversation thinking you're so smart, and then you changed it around and started poking us, saying, "Oh, well, I didn't say anything. Well, what happened to being a bigger person?" We're not gaslighting you, dude. Calling, But what's up with this girl, though?
What up with what? This girl. She has a name, I guess. Kristen.
Hey, what's up, dude? You talking about gaslighting? Like, I don't know. I thought we were talking about Kamala.
Oh, we can talk about Kamala.
Like, I can accept this. Like, yeah. I mean, obviously.
She's going to be our next president.
Obviously, it's a complete setup. I mean, he went into the race being like, you're going to run against me. And then he's just like, okay, it's her. So basically.
That's pretty good, right?
Do you think Kamala deserves to be given the access? Like, do you think she should be given the title of as a president? If as a running mate, I meant.
I just think he's trying to break the sex barrier, like because people are going to be like, oh yeah, I could be Kamala, but if there's like what is it, 3 months left or
3 months.
Yeah, something like that. Like, okay, so who's now going to step up? I don't know.
Well, nobody really can because she has like a controlling, right?
Yes. There has been, I mean, I don't know. I just
like
know
dominating
that
every poll.
To me, it's part of the Obama legacy, which gave me health care. So I support them, but I don't really know what I'm going to do because I have everybody living around me who wants Trump. And I'm just like, why can't we have like more health care? I don't know. I'm just in a different situation than the people around me. So you have to take everyone into consideration.
Hey, Kristen, did you say why can't we all have health care?
Oh, no, you don't remember, right? Okay, so I'm from California, and basically people who were in between 18 and 65 didn't get health care if they were, retail. And now they do. And I was like, thank you. That's really cool because I really needed it. So, I mean, that was one thing. There has been nothing memorable from the Biden administration, although I have stopped watching TV since then. But I don't know. I mean, dude, I don't know. What do you guys? What do you think?
Yeah,
I'm still on this subject. I don't know where I came in. I was trying to follow.
No, that's good. That's good. I think Kamala's going to continue to support the healthcare agenda that Obama and Biden put in place. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean that's a
good
thing.
I don't.
But I mean,
you don't, Donald. You don't think that's a good thing?
Okay. Does the whole? Okay, I have a totally off-topic question. Does the whole like pseudo assassination attempt remind everybody of like 9/11? Like it's completely. I don't know what I believe it.
Hey, she's just okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
That seems
like I'm just gonna trigger everybody.
Like a fucking inside job. It looked like.
I mean, that's hairline. That's hairline accuracy.
Yeah, but it was Biden's responsibility. It was Biden's responsibility. He was behind all this shit. He knows it. Everybody knows it, but you can't prove it. So you can't come out on media and say, "Oh, Biden was responsible." It's a conspiracy because now the damn director, she's looking incompetent and she's looking damn near. What's your beef against this man? Type of woman. Like, who are you truly? And she's stumbling along all types of shit. She has access to a private jet that she can just call upon at the snap of a finger. So she could have came to the scene of the damn to the shooting the day after and kind of just navigated and seen like where we went wrong. But she didn't do nothing. She waited like 3-4 days later to kind of even go into point of submission to it. So she still even submit even with questioning. She's answering around it. You know what I mean? So it's a big conspiracy. Biden's behind it. If you say he's not, that'll be incompetent for him as a president. How can you allow intel like this to be going under your nose, under your watch, and then somebody gets killed, an American gets killed, and you still didn't even come forward. Yo, let's bring peace because no political violence is not the answer. American died for the acts of political. You didn't do nothing like that. So it's like, oh, we didn't get Trump. Oh, Trump, but American died though. Come on, man, that's even worse. And and where's Kamala and fucking Biden talking about we gotta stop political violence? We gotta stop. None of that shit. None of that. They jumping on these little bandwagons, these streamlines. Now Sonya, oh, we got to do something about racial injustice. Shut the hell up. You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous because she let a man 2012 get damn life, and thank God for the Innocence Project. Thank God for that fucking project because he's free now. But if it wasn't, it was behind her saying, oh, no, I don't want the witnesses that's going to come forth to make him look innocent. No, I deny it. No witnesses. He needs to get locked up. Shit like that, you know what I mean? So she's sloppy, and the whole administration is sloppy. So it's really disgusting.
I've never,
you know what I mean? But I understand that his name was Daniel Larson. I understand your compassion because it helps you directly. I respect that because when you can benefit from something directly, you'll support it because you can't benefit out of it because it's your health, your person, your body. So I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard her speak actually, so. Okay, so you think Biden and her behind it? I don't know. I really don't know. That's fucked.
I don't know what you're asking. You're kind of stumbling around your words, but yeah, it's all good. I understand
where you're coming from. No, I'm just taking in something new. I never heard that before. Yeah.
Heard what? What are you talking about? Heard
what you just said. You said like Biden and Kamala were behind it or something.
No, well, I just said it. That means you're not supposed to hear it all over the place. It's something.
Okay, yeah, whatever. That's fine. Yeah. I don't really have an opinion. I just think it was rigged. That's all.
What, the shooting?
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hey, you know what's crazy is that Biden said it's time to put Trump into the fucking put him in the fucking bullseye or some shit. Like 2 days before the shooting.
Oh.
Yeah.
But do you think the progression of events was weird though? Like it was like, I don't know what happened 10 days before, but then the shooting, and then Biden was like, I'm stepping down, and now her. And like, what?
I think they planned that because they knew he was going to step down anyway. And then the fucking audio recording when Harris is actually accepting it, or when she's on the podium a couple of days ago, and she says something along the lines of she tries to say recording, but then she says Biden's on the phone or some shit, and he was on the phone while she was giving the speech. That's just, man, these guys are so weird. You know what I mean, Christina?
No, they're
talking about?
fucking weird, dude. Like, yeah. I mean, my whole family's obsessed with politics, and I could care less. But I just want the American people to be good. Like, I want the world to be good, like that kind of thing. So I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? I don't.
That's why you got to vote for Trump.
No, and everybody keeps telling me like that's like.
Yeah, you have to.
I could get with Trump. I see what I don't know. I'm not in that camp, you know. But so I can see why people would want to vote for Trump.
I really am not either. But I look at character. He's smart. I've never really like, you know what I mean? Like Kamala Harris, when COVID happened, she went around saying it's killed 250 million Americans. She said it twice. It wasn't like a one-time thing.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't follow it like that.
And her fucking laugh, the way she laughs, oh my god!
I don't even know what her voice sounds like, honestly.
Damn, you're making opinions about you should go research her a little bit.
No, I don't have opinions. I just saw what I saw. That's all.
Oh yeah, she basically prostituted her way up to vice presidency.
Well, she was like Attorney General of California or something. I don't remember. Like, I mean, I know there was like Arnold and stuff over here. Like, I really don't follow politics, but this is like massive news. So I kind of was like, what? Yeah. And now I don't know who to vote for.
But why don't you DM me?
Vote for me.
Vote for Mickey B, you heard? I'm about to
vote for Mickey Mouse at this point.
I'm about to be the next president. Y'all vote for me.
Okay.
Is it Christian? Christian is your name? Once you send me send me a message, let's go talk in the DMs. I'll put you up on game. I'll tell you the difference between two camps and shit.
Yeah, sure. Send me.
I can help you out.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm just hanging out, like waiting. Like I haven't had any news on my plate since that. So, I mean, you know where I get my news? Like fucking YouTube. Like this shit comes up and it's like breaking news. I'm just like, are you serious? That isn't makeup. Like, what the fuck? It's like unbelievable when shit like that happens. And if I'm not tracking it down every day, I can't argue with people. I just want to know what to do. You know, what's the right thing? Don't know. Why does nobody from the Green Party ever get a ticket? Like, hello.
I know that's right. See, that's who I support. I like Jill Stein. I like Cornel West. I'm that type of brother. You know what I mean? They never get the credit. They always get pushed on to the like, oh, they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they don't make no sense, and all this other rhetoric. And they make complete sense, and they fight for justice. They fight for the people, but they don't get no money. Nobody supports them. America's hypnotized. One of the guys said it earlier that we're in a hypnosis situation right now.
Like, seriously, though. And even when you think you're out of it, it's still like there's another layer to get out of. So. I guess Trump will win.
Now he needs to win because it's going to create some sort of stability.
But what is his agenda, though? Like, I don't even know. I default on the Democrat side, but that's just my default. Like, I don't really know why. Because they help the people. Trump's got other. Trump's gonna forgive my student loans, maybe. Damn. I'm not in debt. Can't pay it off. It matters when it comes down to everyday business to me. What are they gonna change at the real level?
Oh wow, what a patriot! Such a patriot, such a patriotic, courageous young woman. What a self-centered, narcissist, nasty little creature you must be. What kind of hole did you crawl out of, critter?
I crawled out of the autoimmune hole. Yes.
I just care that my Etsy business grows. I really want to grow my Etsy and eBay business and my Shopify business. I'm a patriot. I study history. I know a lot of things about my founding fathers. Oh, yeah, I know a lot of stuff about books. I read books all the time. Now I come on here and I use a fucking phone and a mic and a camera and a screen and blah, 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 blah. Just shut the fuck up. Join the house. Cash in that pink ticket. We will unfuck you, you retard.
Let me ask you, Trump, what exactly are you doing?
I'm making fun of you. What are you doing?
I know, but exactly what are you doing?
I'm doing an impersonation from South Park, making fun of you. What do you think I'm doing?
Okay, because you sound like a cross between Elmo and Grover right now.
You like Elmo too?
Oh, shut the fuck up, asshole.
Speaking of Trump, I think you're out. I think that people are afraid to admit their support for Trump. And so I think that there are a lot of people who
there's going to be a lot more votes for Trump than you think, because people who are afraid to say that they like Trump are just going to quietly vote for him.
I've seen a lot of people sway towards Trump based off of religious ideologies. They think that him surviving this assassination attempt was God saving him, and they feel like because of that they need to vote for him regardless of whether
Well,
they
it
were
was
going
a
to vote for
miracle,
him.
or it was just luck, but I ducked. Put some respect on that name. You can call me Trump, Mr. President.
Edmund in the house.
I too recently survived an assassination attempt here on Clown House by Roger Mayhem. And that Fagala federal judge Bren. They tried to kill me.
Edmund, I've learned from Issa to tolerate you more, but I still have limits.
Oh, so funny. Okay, this is comedy. Hope you guys enjoy the room. Everybody takes everything so seriously here. It's like, don't you know that this is just a comedy? It doesn't have to be a tragedy. It can be funny. And my father raised me on Mel Brooks. And if we can't do Spaceballs, and we gotta be so serious, I mean, he's nuts. That's my thoughts. Those are Trump's opinions. Trump is a comedian, Now he's got to take everything so seriously because they tried to kill him. Trump likes comedies more than tragedies, and so do I.
There's a moment. You ever had a person?
Boy, somebody write this down and call my pastor to see if Ellis told him. He
Don't chase women. Really? They'll chase you. Is that your strategy? Yeah. Meet a lady, you express to her how wonderful she looks, or how you respond to the way she looks, or whatever it is, and then go on about your business. Don't chase women. Really? They'll chase you. Is that your strategy?
I'm not a fighter, I'm a lover.
No, because if you're a lover, you gotta be.
Everything was normal when this guy was walking into a store until a 4-foot concrete saw spiraled off of a nearby construction site and hit the front of the door of this store hard. This guy was just seconds away from being hit by it, which could have taken his life, but everyone was okay. One of the craziest freak accidents I have ever seen. Everything was normal when this guy was walking into a store until a 4-foot concrete saw spiraled off of a nearby construction site and hit the front of the door of this store hard. This guy was just seconds away from being hit by it, which could have taken his life, but everyone was okay. One of the craziest freak accidents I have ever seen.
Oh, ammo, calico,
Amen of amen of amen. For he is risen, Christ is born, Savior of the world, Savior of humanity. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Amen of amen of amen.
When you wake up in the morning, the first person you
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day thy daily bread. Let us not seek the evil one, let not the evil one find us. Let us forgive those who have sinned against us. Let us also receive your divine forgiveness. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day thy daily bread. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day thy daily bread, as we forgive those who have sinned against us. Let not the evil one find us, let not us seek out the evil one. All this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day thy daily bread, as we forgive those who have sinned against us. Let not the evil one find us, let not us seek out the evil one. All this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I pray.
How do you pray?
Like a big part of a lot of these issues, like the porn industry, Hollywood, whatever you want to say, usury, the news media. It's all like you can call it whatever you want at the end of the day, but that's what it is. Gays like Nick, and it was a demonstration. He like a big part of a lot of these issues, like the porn industry, Hollywood, whatever you want to say, usury, the news media. It's all like you can call it whatever you want at the end of the day. Whatever you want to say, usury, the news media. It's all like you can call it whatever you want at the end of the day, but that's what it is. Gays like Nick, and it was a demonstration. He like a big part of a lot of these issues, like the porn industry, Hollywood, whatever you want to say, usury, the news media. It's all like you can call it whatever you want at the end of the day, but that's what it is. Gays like Nick, and it was a demonstration. He like a big part of a lot of these issues, like the porn industry, Hollywood, whatever you want to say, usury, the news media. It's all like, you can call it whatever you want at the end of the day.
It's a maybe or to whoever.
Yeah, but okay, financially
It's not
speaking,
that big.
it is a big deal. You know how many millions of dollars this cost me? Everybody, the angry part of me wants to go to these people and say, I want all you mother.
It's a maybe or to whoever.
Yeah, but okay.
What were they trying to blast through? I mean, why would you do that? Well, so there's never in science can you have high pressure next to next to a vacuum. It can never.
Okay, this has been comedy.
This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bahiri.
Like to make that even.
I don't going out for that every week is a little bit crazy, right? But hey, go to the conference once a year.
Shapiro, I hear you going to the beefsteak.
The way he's saying Shapiro reminded me of Shakira.
Shapiro. I'm gonna be at that beefsteak, Shapiro. I'm gonna be there. You gonna get smacked on the full stop. I'm gonna wait until you finish your meals first, and then I'll smack.
Jimmy, you should threaten to shoot him.
I don't think Michael's gonna pay for beefsteak, Jimmy. I don't think Michael's paying for.
He's paying?
Shapiro. Well, we got a sponsor. Jimmy, you got to threaten to shoot him with the gun you currently have.
Nah, bro. I'm not threatening to shoot anybody. I don't need to shoot anybody.
You got to do it. That's what you do at beefsteak, I hear.
Right. I'm already a menacing black man. I don't need to be out here threatening to shoot anybody, bro.
Now, Jimmy, they're sold out.
Look, Jimmy,
they're sold out of tickets.
Oh, you ain't gonna be. So where am I gonna deliver the smack? Where?
Well, I don't know. Just walk around, you'll find me.
I'll find you with the smack.
A fight between Shapiro and Jimmy would be one of the funniest things I've ever witnessed.
Somebody please videotape
Hey,
this.
Joseph, you bet us both. Who do you think is gonna win?
I know who's going to win. It would be a 6'4" giant against a 2'3" midget, who's kind of muscular, but has never punched a thing in his life. His best hope is maybe
John Seth. He beat the shit out of his pillow his whole childhood.
Yeah, well, that's with his wiener though. That means something different to beat your pillow. I think Michael's best hope is literally running around the ring for 45 minutes and hoping Jimmy gets dizzy.
I think you guys are forgetting if this is a one slap fight. I have a carbon finger that I wear on my carbon ring I wear on my
I think Michael, you're overestimating. I think you're overestimating the damage that your little tiny ring will do to Jimmy. Maybe you draw some blood.
How strong these materials are.
No, I still got to hit with force in order for them to do any damage.
That's true.
Is that a fake engineering degree ring or what?
That's right.
What he graduated with.
Being lightweight.
Oh, it's a two dropouts versus each other.
Dave, by the way, that's a Canadian thing. Americans don't do the engineer ring thing.
Oh, they don't?
You know, they have the karate combat fighters, you know. Could always do that.
Wait, you don't get a ring when you're an engineer in America?
Decline. Best wishes, Joe.
Not in America. I was gonna buy a fucking plasticky, janky looking, gaudy ass piece of shit.
You guys,
I think you do. I think you do get a ring if you're a fag.
Okay.
I think they offer to.
And he still didn't get.
They go, "Are you an engineer? Are you also a fag?" They go, "Yeah." Like, would you like a ring? Fish, I fucking love banks.
Free tonight?
Cool.
Every time I go in, I get a lecture about technology from the teller who's like 35 years older than me.
Wanna go?
Thought you were gonna say lollipop.
You know, I used to go to the bank every week to cash my paycheck, put a little bit in my bank account when I was like 17, 18, 19, and my teller made me baked goods every Thursday. I would go in, and she would have some baked goods for me.
Oh,
was she hot?
No, she was an older lady. She just was a really sweet lady.
Was she hot?
No. She was just a pleasant looking.
You're basically
she retired and I stopped going to the bank.
I thought you were going to end that with, and then I married her.
Her uterus is dried up. He couldn't have married her. He's got like 13 children. He's the Luke S. Jr. of Clubhouse.
Dave's Mormon. like, he's got
Jimmy.
a whole in-house.
Jimmy.
Yo, who was that? What's up?
It's Fish. Do you have tickets to any other like side events or anything?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go out there and wing it, bro. Andrew sent me a link to something. I don't know. Andrew, you let me know where you're gonna be at, how much tickets are, and I'll just handle it and try to finesse. That's it.
That's how I handle every conference, except I tend to have trouble with this particular conference because there's just like too much shit going on and nobody's paying attention to their phone. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's see. Look, if whatever, then I'll just, I don't know, do whatever I want. I don't know. I'm in Nashville. There's always something to do in Nashville.
Yeah, I've never been to Nashville, but
Jimmy, there's less to do. You're married now.
Well, my wife is letting me hang out with Bitcoiners, so I could just hang out with a Bitcoiner. I'll be in the middle of downtown. I'll be in a house in the middle of downtown, like literally in walking distance.
The best we got is Melton Demirors.
Make sure you hit some Hattie B's while you're there.
In Chicago.
No, Prince's, nigga. Don't give me the gentrified chicken.
All right, let's go. That's right.
Dusty, did Sam tell you what fucking hotel it is? He's like, okay, there will be a key waiting for you.
No.
But he's never told me what fucking hotel.
No idea.
And he's not.
Just try them all, Fish.
Yeah, just try them all.
Try all the
hotels. Near the event, right?
Oh, you're in Chicago?
Yeah, he said it was like right across the street.
I love Dusty, but he's unretired.
At least I'm a fancy French accent retard. I'll take it.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about right there. See?
I'm curious, for those who have gone to a Miami conference before, did you ever feel like walking around with all those people, like lots of people? Did you ever feel unsafe?
Yes. We all felt like we were going to get raped, Kelly. Everyone in here.
No, I was just kind of curious because I saw like 2 different tweets on Bitcoin Twitter where people were saying that they felt like it was a little sketch in Nashville, which I thought was interesting. That's all.
Were they men or women?
So
they were men, actually.
Yeah, they're talking about outside in the city.
What, Lee?
They were talking about outside Nashville, not inside the conference.
Oh yeah, no, they were saying that they were downtown on Broadway.
This time we got Secret Service defending us. They're gonna be fine.
Yeah, Broadway is sketchy. In
Yeah,
general.
there's too many sloped roofs on Broadway.
On
out.
Broadway.
Yeah, just don't stay out till they close the bars. That's when it gets
Broadway is not fun. If anybody invites me there, I'm not going.
Yeah, I've been down there before. When I was in Nashville not too long ago.
Yeah, I did it once. It felt like the kind of place where you drink not because you're having a good time, because you're trying to survive how terrible the experience is.
Yes, exactly. You nailed it.
do some country line dancing at the Wild Horse Saloon.
The fucking after party is sold out. Yeah, I'm not doing $4,000 bottle service.
Oh, would you like to be my date? Oh. Vestal. Vestal Virgins. Would you like to be my date?
Was that your criticism of concrete? That's pretty funny.
Wait, what did he say? I was busy doing other.
He said you're always running your mouth about stuff that you don't know.
No, wait. It's not easier. Maybe you're looking at this 91 page in the whole paragraph.
Meditation Yoga Center, everybody. I'm going to do a series of stretches in 60 seconds. Hope you enjoy. We're also listening to Father Yod the 13. Where you can be now. You ever had a person show you so much in every That's why I was a little bit overseeing what was. I don't have a. Maybe that's why I was a little bit overseeing what was.
The future is not.
Maybe that's why I was a little bit overseeing what was. I don't have a. Maybe that's why I was a little bit overseeing what was. I don't have a. Maybe that's why I was a little bit overseeing what was. I don't have a. Maybe that's why I was a little bit overseeing what was. I don't have a. Maybe that's why I was a little bit overseeing what was.
Honestly, it's like hilarious. Sure. First come.
Knocking on that door and practicing how to do it.
Despite her so-called room temperature IQ, the cackling dingus may astonishingly transcend the ranks of swamp creatures and emerge as the leader of the free world.
Knocking on that door and practicing how to do it. Knocking on that door and practicing how to.
You ever had a person show?
She was a street prostitute.
Knocking on that door and practicing how to do it.
Sometimes, God
What's going on? I'm Andrew Landon. And I'm John Landon. And we're the Landon Twins. And welcome to our house of style. Now it's time to get dressed to go out for the night. And here we go. Okay, John, so we're ready to go out. What are you wearing tonight? You know what? I went with the light green neon pants. Purple bow tie goes well with that, with the purple members only jacket. I was like having a nice white, sachet color with a little purple accent up here. Red checkered shirt, my pink Vans, always a pink belt to match the pink Vans. I usually have a bright in for neon here pink, but I'm gonna go without it because I'm wearing the jacket tonight. What about you? Let's see. I'm gonna go with my bright red pants and always a purple bow tie.
pick you up at O'Hare. I'm 10 minutes away. I'll pick you up at O'Hare. Oh. See you at midnight, Doctor. See you at midnight. Damn. Oh, whoa. See you at midnight, Doctor. Ugh.